Chapter 18. Among the three leaders of the Divine Kingdom organization, Brahma and Shiva were extremely belligerent, but the eldest brother, Vishnu, was the most secretive. Originally, Vishnu didn't plan to kill Clipchamp, but he didn't expect that the result would be like this. One of the three leaders, Shiva, was actually killed. "I will definitely kill you," the white-clothed man, Vishnu, said in a low voice. Clipchamp just smiled. Phew. The white-clothed man, Vishnu, moved nimbly, transforming into a white shadow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Clipchamp. Clipchamp swung his hand and used a retreating, collapsing fist. Strangely, when Clipchamp used this collapsing fist, Vishnu actually didn't have any intention of blocking it. He just moved his body slightly, allowing Clipchamp's fist to land on his arm. Something's wrong. As soon as Clipchamp's fist touched his opponent, he felt as if there was a large python swimming within the fluttering white clothes. When his fist landed on it, it actually slid away. As for the white-clothed man, Vishnu, he wasn't injured at all, but he took the opportunity to fall to the ground. His legs were like a poisonous snake's tongue, and he immediately clamped onto Clipchamp's right leg. He exerted force. Clipchamp immediately fell to the ground. If he didn't do this, his right leg would have been clamped off. Buzz! The muscles of Clipchamp's right leg suddenly vibrated, as if a large bow was shooting arrows. The bowstring vibrated violently, and a strange inner strength shot towards his opponent's legs. However, the legs of the white-clothed man, Vishnu, were like two large snakes. They suddenly flew from Clipchamp's upper body, and in an instant, they entangled Clipchamp's entire body. Python entanglement. At this moment, Clipchamp thought of the scenes of pythons strangling people in the primeval forest. A terrifying power came instantly, causing him to hold his breath. "Oomph!" Clipchamp snorted. The man in white, Vishnu, felt the muscles on Clipchamp's body twisting and trembling. Suddenly, Clipchamp, who was entangled by him, seemed to have transformed into a dragon. With a strange rotating force, Clipchamp dissolved Vishnu's strangling power, and like a hidden dragon rising to the sky, he directly flew up. Drilling fist, dragon form. At Clipchamp's level, his entire body could transform into a swimming dragon. "Pah!" The man in white, Vishnu, suddenly slammed the ground and leaped up like a giant centipede, directly grabbing the ankle of the leaping Clipchamp. Clipchamp somersaulted in midair. His legs were like wind and fire wheels as he chopped towards Vishnu. Swoosh! The man in white, Vishnu, used his left arm to block Clipchamp's leg. Strangely, his left arm twisted 90 degrees, but the bone was not broken. It must be admitted that the toughness training of ancient yoga was indeed special. But Vishnu's right arm was grabbing Clipchamp's left ankle. Clipchamp's left leg suddenly kicked with both feet, forcing the opponent to let go. But Clipchamp still felt pain in his left leg. Not good. The connection of the bone has been dislocated. Clipchamp's left leg was hanging in a strange way. With both hands on the ground, Clipchamp's whole body leaped into the air again. In midair, Clipchamp immediately supported his left leg, pressed and turned, and with a sound of a knot, the bone was connected. When one reached the Grandmaster realm, he knew every bone in his body like the back of his hand. Naturally, his bone-setting technique was very high. I can't believe that the muscle and fascia can be trained to this level. Clipchamp instantly decided on a strategy. To deal with Vishnu, he should use the drilling fist. The man in white, Vishnu, suddenly let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Buzz! Clipchamp only felt a slight dizziness in his head. Vishnu immediately got close to Clipchamp. His hands were like the orchid fingers of the Buddha, while Clipchamp suddenly stomped on the ground. The strong rebound force was transmitted from his leg to his right fist. In a flash, all the muscles in his body twisted into a rope. When he punched, The air seemed to be drilled by an electric drill. Vishnu's palms blocked Tung Qingshan's punch. When the two palms met, the center of Vishnu's palms caved in. Unexpectedly, Vishnu's palms had unloaded this penetrating force. Then, the hands directly grabbed Tung Qingshan's right forearm. The strong finger force of the 10 fingers directly left several bloody holes on Tung Qingshan's right arm. Tung Qingshan actually couldn't break free from the opponent's grip. Knowing that the situation was not good, he immediately lowered his body and used his left hand as a support. His whole body flew towards the opponent. Rip! Tung Qingshan's right arm was forcibly pulled off and blood spurted out. His right arm was broken. Tung Qingshan, who was flying with the shovel, had a ferocious look on his face. He spread his legs like the mouth of a crocodile and then closed them, directly entangling Vishnu's right leg. Tung Qingshan's intact left hand grabbed Vishnu's calf bone. With a roar, his left hand and both legs suddenly exerted force and twisted. Crack! Vishnu's entire right leg was broken. Tung Qingshan and Vishnu were completely entangled. Vishnu, who was in extreme pain and madness, roared angrily. His intact left leg carried endless strength and smashed it directly on Tung Qingshan's back. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Tung Qingshan spurted out a mouthful of blood, and even some internal organs were spat out. Pung! Tung Qingshan roared and kicked back with both legs, directly kicking Vishnu's crotch. Fortunately, Vishnu instantly withdrew his legs into his abdomen. Even so, his whole body was kicked away. Only the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Obviously, the bones in his left thigh were crushed. Two peak experts, in just 1 or 2 seconds, both were defeated and injured. Flying Knife Lone Wolf, your close combat skills are very good. I admire you. The man in white struggled to sit up. Looking at Tung Qingshan, a calm smile appeared on his face. Your close combat skills are also good. A smile also appeared on Tung Qingshan's face. At this moment, the two top experts actually smiled, because Tung Qingshan did not have the slightest defense against Vishnu's angry kick. That strongest kick not only broke the tendons and bones in his back, but also caused serious damage to Tung Qingshan's internal organs. Tung Qingshan knew that with such serious injuries, unless a miracle happened, even with the vitality of a Grandmaster expert, he would at most live for half a month. If an ordinary person were to suffer such injuries, he would probably die on the spot. As for Vishnu, his right leg was torn off, and his left thigh was also crippled. From now on, he was a disabled person, no longer an SS-level expert. Both of them were finished. Not far away, the elites of the Special Operations Team who were watching this battle were completely stunned. Two monsters, two lunatics. Yang Yun could not help but say, "This Flying Knife Lone Wolf is too scary." Not only did he kill Shiva, but he also crippled Vishnu. One of the female elite members could not help but exclaim. Then, she looked at Qin Hong puzzled. "Qin, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at us like a fool?" "Nothing." Qin Hong shook his head, but he could feel it. When he saw the Flying Knife Lone Wolf being kicked in the back and spitting out pieces of his internal organs, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Everyone, the Flying Knife Lone Wolf is obviously seriously injured. I don't think he can make it. And that Vishnu is basically disabled. He can't even stand up. This is a good opportunity for us. Let's take action immediately. Capture them in one fell swoop. It's a great credit to be able to capture 2 SS-level assassins in one fell swoop, Yang Yun said. Immediately, the group's eyes lit up. The Flying Knife Lone Wolf was able to fight against 2 big shots. Without a doubt, he must be an SS-level expert. Now that they have the opportunity to capture Flying Knife Lone Wolf and Vishnu, they should be proud of it. Yang Yun immediately began to plan. Just when the Special Ops group was planning to take action, Shun Yang Ming and his 3 subordinates were hiding in the bushes not far away. Because it was nighttime, the Special Ops members did not notice that there was another group of people tens of meters away. The 3 of you remember, no matter what happens, the first target is Qin Hong. Shin Yang Ming said in a low voice, "After I make my move, the three of you immediately make your move. Once we succeed, we will immediately retreat. Understood, big brother. The three desperados replied in a low voice. Good. Shen Yongming stared at the distance. This time, he did not care about anything. He must kill Qin Hong. They are making their move. Shen Yongming's eyes lit up. He saw the special ops members began to quietly move. They began to surround Tung Qingshan and Vishnu. Tung Qingshan and Vishnu were half lying on the ground. Lone Wolf, those people also want to catch us. Vishnu chuckled. But you don't have legs, you can only be a target. With your current situation, if you get shot, you will be finished. Tung Qingshan said with a mocking smile. He then swept his gaze toward the place not far away and saw three people approaching quietly. The tallest among them was his younger brother, Qing He. At this moment, Tung Qingshan suddenly turned his head and saw another group of people about 40 meters away. Shen Yongming. With Tung Qingshan's eyesight, he instantly saw one of them. At this time, Shen Yongming also pulled out his gun and shot at Qin Hong's head. Qinghe. Tung Qingshan's whole body muscles tightened for a moment, and almost by conditioned reflex, he operated the body art of crossing worlds. The remaining internal strength in his body was like cheap tap water, and Tung Qingshan's whole body instantly turned into a blurred phantom and directly disappeared. The three-man team, led by Qin Hong, was approaching the two supermasters, Lone Wolf and Vishnu. But he suddenly found a gun. Shen Yongming. At the moment of life and death, he finally saw Shen Yongming. Shen Yongming deliberately stood up to let the others see him. Die. Shen Yongming fired the gun, with a trace of revenge in his eyes. The speed of a bullet was very fast. No matter how powerful a Grandmaster was, the speed could not be faster than a bullet. To avoid a bullet, one had to start dodging before the bullet was fired. Swoosh! A bullet crossed a distance of tens of meters and shot at Qin Hong. With the speed of the bullet, Qin Hong had no time to react. No, Qin Hong's pregnant wife, Li Ran, suddenly appeared in his mind. Was the child going to be born without a father? Puff, puff. Strangely, Tung Qingshan, who had originally disappeared, appeared in a place 10 meters away. Two consecutive bullets hit Tung Qingshan's body. Die! Tung Qingshan's eyes were cold and fierce. Tung Qingshan swung his left hand and threw a knife. The speed of the knife was no slower than a bullet. It directly crossed the sky and pierced Shen Yongming's throat. There was only horror in Shen Yongming's eyes. He did not even have time to dodge. Bang! 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 Three people stood behind Shen Yongming and madly shot in the direction of Qin Hong. However, Qin Hong had already dodged after the previous threat. At the same time, Qin Hong and his teammates immediately shot. Their marksmanship was extremely accurate. 3 headshots directly killed the 3 outlaws. At this time, Yang Yun and a large group of people immediately rushed over. Tung Qingshan's body softened and fell to the ground. Qin Hong, are you all right? Yang Yun and the others asked with concern. I'm fine. Qin Hong felt as if he had a nightmare. His back was drenched in cold sweat. At this time, he completely woke up from the shock. Flying knife, Lone Wolf. Qin Hong suddenly remembered the person who saved him and immediately ran over. The other members of the Special Task Force also went over. They did not understand why Flying Knife Lone Wolf would sacrifice himself to save Qin Hong. Shen Yongming is finally dead. Tung Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. He had asked Eileen to help investigate Shen Yongming's whereabouts because he wanted to kill Shen Yongming to get rid of danger for his brother. He had thought that because of this battle, he would never be able to kill Shen Yongming again. However, Shen Yongming actually came here. His brother was safe. Tung Qingshan also felt a burst of relief in his heart. Flying Knife Lone Wolf. Why did you save me? Qin Hong stood in front of Tung Qingshan and looked at Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He understood that after the battle with Vishnu, when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he still disregarded his injury and desperately used crossing worlds, which made his injury even more serious. Especially in that situation, He only shot that flying knife with all his strength and no longer had the strength to defend against bullets. 3 bullets were shot into his chest. Tung Qingshan noticed that his vitality was fading. Qin Hong. Tung Qingshan's face showed a trace of a smile. He looked at Qin Hong like an elder brother and stretched out his left hand to Qin Hong. Qin Hong did not dodge. Tung Qingshan touched Qin Hong's head and smiled. There is no why. Remember, in the future, take good care of your child and live a good life. That is enough. As he said that, Tung Qingshan felt a turbulence in his throat. Puff! A mouthful of blood, including pieces of internal organs, spurted out. Why? Qin Hong did not understand at all, but seeing Tung Qingshan like this, he felt a burst of heartache. Tung Qingshan looked at his brother carefully. For 22 years, he had never looked at his brother so carefully. To be able to take a good look at his brother before he died, God had treated him well. Gradually, Tung Qingshan felt his consciousness blurred and his head became dizzy. Am I going to die? Tung Qingshan could no longer see clearly. Scenes of his life flashed like a movie. The happy life in the orphanage when he was a child, the hellish days in Siberia with his wife Kitten, the cultivation of the internal martial art, and the assassination missions. In a trance, Tung Qingshan seemed to hear his favorite song, which was like a portrayal of his life. I am a wolf from the north, walking in the boundless wildness. The mournful wind from the north blows. Kitten, I am coming to accompany you. Tung Qingshan felt as if a cold wind blew and his body was cold, but a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Tung Qingshan's corpse became cold. His chest was already dyed red with blood. The small tripod, which was also dyed red with blood, disappeared the moment Tung Qingshan died. However, because the small tripod was inside the clothes, no one noticed this scene. Qin Hong quietly knelt in front of the corpse. He is dead. Yang Yin stood at the side. Why did he save me? Qin Hong was startled. I don't know. Besides himself, no one knows. Yang Yin shook his head and sighed. Chief Yang. The other team members immediately ran over. That Vishnu is dead. He committed suicide. He would rather die than be captured by us. Yang Yin shook his head and sighed. This Vishnu was seriously injured and no longer had his strength. I guess he didn't want to live a pitiful life. Why did he save me? Why did he risk his life to save me? Qin Hong looked at Tung Qingshan. Why, no one knew. Tung Qingshan was dead. No one knew. Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan. At this moment, a voice was heard. From afar, Lin Qing was running over and looking around. However, when she saw Tung Qingshan's corpse lying beside Qin Hong, she was completely stunned. Running over, Lin Qing knelt down. Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan. What happened to you? Lin Qing looked at the bullet wound on Tung Qingshan's chest and the broken arm. Tears immediately flowed down her face. What did you call him? Qin Hong trembled and suddenly turned his head to stare at Lin Qing. The Special Operation Group didn't know the real name of Flying Knife Lone Wolf. In fact, the name Tung Qingshan was made up by Tung Qingshan himself. Tung was the surname of his master, Tung Bolei, and Qingshan was the name of the orphanage. Tung Qingshan, what happened to you? How could you die? How could you die? Lin Qing cried. Qingshan. No. Qin Hong's eyes widened in horror. He suddenly tore the clothes on Tung Qingshan's waist. On Tung Qingshan's waist, there was a purple birthmark. For a moment, Qin Hong's face became pale without any trace of blood. Kill that killer, kill Li Shan, it's you. Qin Hong trembled. What? Lin Qing's body trembled and looked at Qin Hong. You said who killed Li Shan? Tung Qingshan? In Lin Qing's heart, the person she was most grateful to was the person who killed Li Shan and let her out of the hell. But she didn't know who killed Li Shan. But Qin Hong's eyes were all on Tung Qingshan. You're also the one who called. You risked your life to save me. Qin Hong trembled and his voice was hoarse. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Didn't you recognize me? Why? Qin Hong cried so much that his heart was about to be torn. As a member of the Special Operation Group, he also knew the hatred between Flying Knife Lone Wolf. He instantly understood why Tung Qingshan didn't tell him. For my safety, Qin Hong's heart was sour and sorrowful. He couldn't reveal the real relationship with his brother, Tung Qingshan. For his wife and children, he couldn't do so. If he did so, his wife and children who were about to come to this world would be in danger. If he did so, his brother Tung Qingshan didn't recognize him before he died would be in vain. In front of his brother, he didn't dare to say anything. Qin Hong painfully raised his head and screamed. He could only scream in his heart, "Brother!" P.S. The first chapter, the modern chapter, ends. Chapter 19. P.S. I had something to do today, so I didn't update until now. Sorry, I will update both chapters today. Of the 9 prefectures in the world, Yangzhou was the most prosperous and fertile. Within the borders of Yangzhou, Jiangning County, East City. Within the borders of East City, there was a large mountain named Great Yin Mountain. At the foot of Great Yin Mountain, there was a village named Tongjia Village. All the families in the village were very close to each other, as if they were one entity. Outside of Tongjia Village, there was a large wooden fence that was as tall as 9 feet. With the protection of this wooden fence, the wolves on the mountain couldn't easily enter the village to eat people. In Tongjia Village, a dozen people were gathered in one of the courtyards. One of them, a strong man in a short shirt, was anxiously pacing back and forth outside the house. "Young fan, don't wander around there." A serious voice sounded. The one who spoke was a white-haired, stocky old man. "Master." The strong man in the short shirt didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but be nervous. His wife was giving birth inside. A woman's first pregnancy was usually more dangerous. It wasn't uncommon for a woman to die from dystocia in Tongjia Village. He had been married for almost 8 years before his wife got pregnant. He valued this child very much. At this time, he was obviously panicking. "Brother Fan, have you thought of a name for your child?" A skinny man next to him smiled and changed the topic. "My child is of the Qing generation. I have also thought of a name. The boy will be named Qing Shan, and the girl will be named Qingyu." The strong man in the short shirt, Tung Yong Fan, revealed a rare smile. Just as he finished speaking, the loud cry of a baby came from inside the house. Everyone turned to look at the door at the same time. With a squeaking sound, a woman ran out with a baby in her arms. Her face was full of surprise as she shouted, "Yong Fan, it's a boy! It's a boy! Where's Alan?" The strong old man was the first to shout. "Chief, Alan is fine. Both mother and child are safe." The woman smiled happily. At this time, Tung Yong Fan had already taken the baby from the midwife. He looked at it carefully and smiled. "Haha, it's a son. Haha, Tung Yong Fan, finally have a son." At this time, the strong old man took the child from his arms. "Master, take care of the child. I'll go see Alan." Tung Yong Fan immediately rushed into the house. The old man smiled as he looked at the baby in his arms. This little fellow was crying loudly just now. Not bad. The sturdy old man's face was full of smiles. "Master, this little guy is staring at you." A group of people at the side chuckled. "Look, his little black eyes are staring at me without blinking." "Ha!" The sturdy old man laughed heartily. Then he reached out his hand to play with the baby's little nose. "My good grandson, little Qing Shan, come, call me grandfather." As he said that, the old man couldn't help but laugh. After all, the child had just been born, so how could it possibly speak? There was laughter all around, but Tung Qingshan's mind was in a mess. "What's going on? Am I not dead?" Tung Qingshan clearly remembered that at Bright Moon Lake, he fought with the 2 leaders of the Divine Kingdom organization, Shiva and Vishnu. After killing Shun Yangming, he died. When he regained consciousness again, he was already in his mother's womb. Not long after, he was born. "This old man is my maternal grandfather, my mother's father?" Tung Qingshan carefully observed the old man in front of him. "I can understand the language of the people around me, and it's also Chinese. Look at his clothes and the clothes of the people around him, and the style of his clothes. It's obviously not modern society. This is ancient times. How? How did I come to ancient times?" Even though Tung Qingshan had been trained as an assassin and had a strong mind, he was completely shocked at this moment. But at this moment, Tung Qingshan felt a wave of tiredness in his head. The baby's brain is not mature yet. I only thought for a while, and I'm already tired. Tung Shan closed his eyes and began to sleep. It was the winter of the first year that Tung Shan descended into this world. Snow the size of goose feathers fluttered freely, and the whole world seemed to be dressed in silver. Shan, is the snow beautiful? The kind-looking woman, Yuan Lan, carried her son, Tung Shan, and admired the snowy scenery. And Tung Shan's little face was red. He was less than a year old, and his vocal cords were not mature yet. Thus, he could only babble. But Tung Shan often acted like a little adult, nodding his head and saying, but he only knew how to pronounce in and ah. It's almost noon, and your father is not back yet, Yuan Lan said. Hi, sister-in-law. At this moment, a voice came from outside the courtyard. The door was pushed open, and a young man wearing a straw raincoat walked in with a big wild rabbit in his hand. The hunting team that went up the mountain is back. This wild rabbit is your family's. Unkeep it well. I'll go back first. As he spoke, he placed the wild rabbit by the door sill. Thank you, Yuan Lan said with a smile. No problem. The young man walked out. After all, Tung Shan had the wisdom of an adult. In just a few months, he had already understood the Tongjia village. The Tongjia village was self-sufficient, and teams often went up the mountain to hunt. The prey that they hunted was distributed according to each family's contribution to the village. For example, Tung Shan's father, Tung Yongfan, was the #1 blacksmith in the Tongjia village. The weapons he forged were very popular in East City, so naturally, his status in the Tongjia village was also very high. Suddenly, the earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. The bandits are here to collect the annual tribute. Yuan Lan's expression changed. She immediately tied Tung Shan to her back, picked up a long red-tasseled spear, and ran outside. In the entire Tongjia village, regardless of whether it was the strong men, the old men, or the women, they all held long spears, bows, and arrows and rushed out. Bandits! Tung Shan was shocked. Shan, don't be afraid. It'll be fine. While running, Yuan Lan comforted her son on her back. Soon, Yuan Lan arrived at the largest training field in the Tongjia village. This training field was 200 meters long and wide. At this time, there were already over 1,000 people gathered on the training field. There were men, women, old, and young. Almost everyone was holding a long, red-tasseled spear, and there were also many people holding strong bows. Alan, a strong man with a bare chest and wearing a fur coat, came over with a long spear. This person was Tung Shan's father, Tung Yongfan. Brother Fan, Yuan Lan immediately approached. Tung Shan looked over. In this cold winter, his father was only wearing a fur coat. His thick arms and strong chest muscles were all exposed. It was obvious that he was an extremely strong man. It was impossible to become an outstanding blacksmith without sufficient arm strength. Son, don't be afraid. Tung Yongfan lovingly touched Tung Shan. You guys stay here. Don't run around. Tung Yongfan instructed and immediately rushed to the front. The heroes of the Tongjia village all stood at the front of the training field. The women, children, old, and young all held weapons and stood behind. Hey, Tongjia village brats! A loud shout came from outside the fence. Through the gaps in the crowd, Tung Shan saw the people outside the fence. The group of people were all riding on tall horses. The leader's bare chest was covered with black hair, and there was a deep knife scar on his face. He shouted loudly, "It's time to pay the New Year's tribute. Old rules, half a tael of silver per person. That person is only wearing a thin shirt in this cold winter. He is definitely an expert." Tung Shan judged with a glance. I can't see the number of bandits clearly, but there are at least a few hundred of them. However, the few hundred heroes of the Tongjia village are definitely not easy to bully. Tung Shan could also see that the men of the Tongjia village had experienced many years of training. They stood there like fierce beasts. Although the bandits outside were fierce and numerous, it was still difficult to win. At this time, the crowd of Tongjia village parted, and a sturdy old man with white hair walked over. "Grandfather, Tung Shan recognized him at a glance. Tung Shan's grandfather was called Tung Yunlong. He was the chief of the entire Tung Jia village and had absolute prestige in the village. Tung Shan's mother, Yuan Lan, was Tung Yunlong's adopted daughter. This time, third leader actually came personally. Chief Tung Yunlong laughed loudly. We also know the rules. Half a tael of silver per person. Our Tung Jia village has 500 households and a population of 2,000, so 1,000 taels of silver. Am I right? Old man Tung, you are right. 1,000 taels of silver. The knife-scarred man laughed loudly. The population of Tung Jia village was obviously not the exact 2,000 people. However, it was enough. The bandit leader wouldn't care about that. Open the door, Tung Yunlong shouted. Gaga. The tall gate of Tung Jia village opened with a loud bang. At the same time, two men each carried a large box. They walked to the front of the gate and placed the boxes on the snowy ground. Third leader, Dian Dian, in each box there are 500 taels of silver. Tung Yunlong shouted, Go and Dian Dian. The knife-scarred man immediately ordered his subordinates. Two of his subordinates immediately jumped off their horses and ran over to open the boxes. Only a portion of the boxes were silver. The rest were strings of copper coins. Each string of copper coins contained 100 coins. The two bandits obviously did this frequently and were very familiar with it. In just a moment, they finished counting the boxes and nodded towards the knife-scarred man. Old man Tung, you guys go back to eat. Children, let's go. The few hundred bandits rode away on their horses. On the Tung Jia village's training field, the clansmen began to disperse. Son, let's go back to eat. Tung Yong Fan smiled as he picked up Tung Shan with one hand. Tung Shan was still thinking in his heart. Those bandits actually have several hundred horses. Each horse is not cheap. To be able to buy so many horses, it seems like they are a very strong bandit group. Based on the scene just now, Tung Shan understood in his heart. Pay the annual fee? Since it is the annual fee, they should pay it every year. This group is able to make Tung Jia village pay the annual protection fee every year. The few hundred people that were dispatched should not be their entire force. So it was the White Horse Gang that came to collect the annual fee. I thought it was another bandit group. The voices of the other men in the village came from the side. Other bandit groups that come to provoke our Tung Jia village are courting death. The men were all very hot-blooded. However, it was obvious that they had no way to deal with the White Horse Gang. How strong is this White Horse Gang? Tung Shan pondered. Unfortunately, he was too young and his vocal cords had not fully developed, so he was basically unable to speak. Even if he could speak, would he dare to ask his father, Father, how strong is the White Horse Gang? His father would probably be scared stiff and the entire Tung Jia village would be in an uproar. Chapter 20. In the blink of an eye, Tung Shan was 3 years old. Early in the morning, a child with rosy lips and white teeth, wearing a cotton-padded coat, was eating breakfast with a kind-looking woman. It was Tung Shan and his mother, Yuan Lan. Shan, do you want a younger brother or a younger sister? Yuan Lan looked at her son kindly. I want both. Tung Shan ate the whole bowl of porridge in big mouthfuls. Okay, then I'll have twins. Yuan Lan smiled and patted her belly. Her belly was slightly protruding. She had been pregnant for nearly 4 months. Mother, I'm done. Tung Shan threw down the bowl and chopsticks and ran outside. Run slowly and watch your step, Yuan Lan said. Yuan Lan hastily said. She then looked at Tung Shan's rice bowl and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Shan's appetite is really huge. He ate 2 pancakes and a big bowl of porridge in the morning. He's only 3 years old, but he already eats as much as I do. Tung Shan, a 3-year-old child, could eat so much. In Tung Jia village, many people would praise Tung Shan when mentioning him. The more he eats, the better. Tung Shan walked on the path and muttered to himself, This means that my internal organs are strong, my absorption ability is strong, and my body's blood and qi are strong. After coming to this world, Tung Shan's life was very relaxed. There were no enemies here, only parents who cared for him. As for playing with 2- or 3-year-old children, it was a torture for him. Therefore, Tung Qingshan began to train according to his plan with peace of mind. As a super killer and a grandmaster of the internal martial arts, Tung Qingshan was very clear about when and what to train. Although he was 3 years old, babies were born 1 year old. He had only been in this world for 2 years. In these 2 years, he didn't dare to do any strength training. The only thing he did was to train his body's flexibility and speed up the growth of his muscles and bones. This set of methods was summarized by Tung Qingshan based on ancient yoga and the basic skills of internal martial arts. Children's bodies were flexible, so it was easy for them to train. An adult might have to train for 1.5 years to be able to separate his legs into a straight line, but a child could do it in 10 days. This was because children's muscles and bones were soft, and they were in the period of growth. The better the toughness of the body and the stronger the muscles and bones, the more beneficial it would be for practicing the internal martial arts. Qingshan, are you going to the martial arts field to play? Occasionally, some of the villagers would talk to Tung Qingshan with a smile. Yes, Tung Qingshan nodded. The training field was an empty field with a length and width of 200 meters. Every morning, the men of Tungjia village would train in the training field. Ha! Ha! Powerful shouts came from the front like rolling thunder. Tung Qingshan finally arrived at the training field. In the middle of the spacious field, hundreds of people stood neatly. Everyone's upper body was naked, and their bodies were covered in sweat. Each of them held a long spear and thrust forward again and again. The hundreds of people shouted in unison, thrusting their spears again and again. Tung Qingshan couldn't help but feel his blood boil as he watched. At the edge of the training field, there were many children watching with their eyes wide open. Flat head, flat shoulders, flat spear, flat feet, flat body. A loud shout resounded through the entire martial arts field. A skinny middle-aged man with a sharp gaze was walking in the center of the martial arts field. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked the thigh of a man who was holding a spear, causing him to stagger. Your body is swaying. Where's the strength of your waist? Didn't you waste it on that TCH? Hold it steady. The thin man scolded. Yes, master. The man quickly stood still and didn't dare to say another word. If you suffer a bit now, you will bleed less when you encounter bandits and wild beasts on the mountain. The thin man said coldly as he walked. If we encounter danger, we can only rely on ourselves. Okay, now shake the great spear. The thin man shouted, hold it in the front, turn it in the back. Aim it in the right direction and thrust it out. No matter if it's defense or attack, you can rely on this move. If you practice it well, you will be able to save your lives when you encounter danger. One by one, the men practiced this move with familiarity. They had practiced this move countless times. Tung Qingshan watched this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. The men of Tungjia village train every day. Although this training is simple, it is very effective. However, the flat thrust and shake the great spear are enough for them to practice for a lifetime. After all, Tung Qingshan was a Xingyi grandmaster in his previous life, and Xingyi martial arts was the spear fist. Whether it was the bursting fist or the drilling fist, they both contained the essence of a long spear. Tung Qingshan could see that the power of a spear formation formed by a few dozen men of Tungjia village could not be underestimated. With the strength of Tungjia village, ordinary bandits wouldn't dare to provoke them. Tung Qingshan couldn't help but think of the White Horse Gang. However, the White Horse Gang is the largest gang within a radius of 200 li of city. To enter the White Horse Gang, there is a physical fitness requirement. Even so, the White Horse Gang still has 8,000 core members. 8,000 core members and a large group of small fries. They were definitely the local tyrant of East City. Tungjia village also had to pay an annual tribute to ensure their safety. Watching the hundreds of men in the village train, Tung Qingshan suddenly had an idea. The toughness of my muscles and bones is almost done. Although it is not suitable for oppressive strength training, practicing Xingyi martial arts is not a problem. Tung Qingshan watched for a while and trotted home. Qingshan, you're back. Yuan Lan was holding dirty clothes and preparing to go out to wash. Yes, mother, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. Tung Qingshan entered his own room. It was impossible for a 3-year-old child to do any work. His mother, Yuan Lan, did not doubt his excuse of wanting to sleep. He closed the door and the window. I haven't practiced Xing Yi martial arts for a long time. Tung Qingshan slightly moved his muscles and bones. Having not practiced for several years, Tung Qingshan was a bit excited. Taking a deep breath, his mind calmed down. Tung Qingshan began to practice in a room. The 12 forms of Xing Yi martial arts, Xing Yi 5-element boxing, and Xing Yi 3 postures were completely mixed together. He displayed them as he pleased. For a moment, a fierce tiger came down the mountain, a python coiled around his body, and a dragon came out of the water. Normally, children with small arms and legs would only be able to put on a show even if they practiced internal martial arts. Even if they had the consciousness of a grandmaster, their bodies were too small and couldn't be stretched out. Therefore, Tung Qingshan had been training his flexibility and bones for the past 2 years. Now, when he bent his waist back, his mouth could touch his feet. With this kind of physical condition, of course, he could easily practice internal martial arts. With the physical condition and the consciousness of a grandmaster, the result was obvious. The more Tung Qingshan practiced, the more energetic he became. He practiced for a whole 4 hours. The more he practiced, the more powerful he became. Tung Qingshan was not only at the beginner level, but his consciousness was also at the grandmaster level. Huh. Tung Qingshan practiced until the end and couldn't help but shout excitedly. My whole body is so comfortable. My bones and muscles are so numb. It's so comfortable. The effect of internal martial arts is obviously better than that of ancient yoga. Tung Qingshan was extremely happy. Internal martial arts originally had the effect of strengthening bones and muscles. In addition, Tung Qingshan had the memory of his previous life, so the effect of Xing Yi martial arts was naturally the best. He could even feel that every time he practiced Xing Yi martial arts, the bones and muscles in his body were changing. When the bones and muscles were improving rapidly, of course, they needed energy. Therefore, Tung Qingshan could eat even more. Tung Qingshan leaped into the courtyard of his house and landed. With one hand on the ground, he turned over and used his legs to strangle. Breathe in. Along with the strenuous exercise, Tung Qingshan also assisted and coordinated with the breathing. The secret of the internal martial arts was actually the combination of the breathing technique and the physique technique. This kind of breathing technique would also strengthen the internal organs and stimulate the muscles and bones. Whenever his parents were not at home, Tung Qingshan would close the door and practice in the courtyard. Tung Qingshan was so shocked that he stopped. He squatted down and hit the ground with his palm. Poochie! A hole appeared on the muddy ground. How is this possible? Tung Qingshan stood there in a daze. I have only practiced Xing Yi martial arts for a month. How can I produce internal strength? Moreover, my bones and muscles are still in the growth period and have not reached the limit of my bones. How can I produce internal strength? Just now, Tung Qingshan's body produced internal strength. According to the level of internal martial arts, the first step should be to refine the body. When the muscles of the body reach the limit and there was enough qi and blood, then it could be transformed into internal strength. But now, Tung Qingshan was only 3 years old and had only practiced Xing Yi martial arts for a month. His body was still far from reaching the limit. How could he produce internal strength? In ancient times and modern times, I practiced internal martial arts. How can there be such a big difference? Tung Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. Could it be? In ancient times and modern times, people practiced internal martial arts. But the environment in ancient times and modern times was different. In modern times, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was so thin that it could be ignored. But what about ancient times? Legend has it that in ancient times, people could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and cultivate internal strength. This method of absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is actually a method of breathing. Tung Shan's eyes brightened. The breathing method of my internal martial arts should also be able to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Could it be that during this 1 month, when I practiced internal martial arts, I naturally absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and transformed it into internal strength? There was no other possibility. After all, Tung Shan's bones and muscles were still in the initial stage. It was impossible for the blood essence in his body to produce internal strength. There was only one explanation: absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to produce internal strength. Producing internal strength at the age of 3 is impossible in modern times. Tung Shan's heart also trembled. People rely on eating to absorb energy. But now that I can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, what level can I reach? In modern times, people rely on eating to absorb energy. Energy is limited, but the internal martial arts can reach the level of an SS rank killer. In ancient times, there was an endless amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth to absorb. What level can an internal martial arts expert reach? Tung Shan's eyes brightened. Suddenly, his heart was filled with a desire for the future. In the future, what level can I reach? It seems that I have to change the training plan I made for myself. Tung Shan felt the trace of internal strength in his body. For a moment, he was filled with ambition. Chapter 21. The chief of Tung Jia village, Tung Yunlong, was known as the #1 hero of Tung Jia village. Tung Yunlong was Tung Shan's grandfather. He was the chief with the highest status in Tung Jia village, and he was also the #1 blacksmith in Tung Jia village. Although he was a blacksmith, the Tung family's inherited weapon-making skills were better than some of the blacksmiths in the city. He had accepted more than 10 disciples. Among them, the most outstanding was Tung Shan's father, Tung Yongfan. Tung Yunlong was old, so Tung Yongfan had completely inherited his skills and became the #1 blacksmith in the entire Tung Jia village. Since he was the #1 blacksmith in Tung Jia village, Tung Yongfan would be the next chief. In Tung Jia village, there were only 3 occupations: hunting, farming, and weapon making. Hunting and farming didn't earn much money. Moreover, forging a good weapon would allow one to obtain an extremely high income. Working as a blacksmith would allow Tung Jia village to become wealthy. In addition, all the weapons in Tung Jia village needed to be forged by blacksmiths. Blacksmiths could make Tung Jia village rich, and the men of Tung Jia village had sharp weapons. Therefore, blacksmiths had a high status in the village. If there were no accidents, the first blacksmith would either be the clan leader or the clan leader's successor. His father, Tung Yongfan, spent most of the day in the blacksmith shop. His mother, Yuan Lan, was also busy with various things. Often, there was only Tung Shan at home. Tung Shan was also happy about this. After closing the door of the courtyard, he could train in peace. His left foot was like an iron plow, plowing the land, and his right foot and fist shot out at the same time. The 3 postures of Xing Yi were the simplest and most profound. The 3 postures were the source of Xing Yi, and even grandmasters of Xing Yi had to practice them continuously. Now, every punch and kick of Tung Shan was definitely at the level of a grandmaster. If one got close to Tung Shan, they would be able to hear a very subtle sound. This was the sound produced by the movement of his muscles and bones. The sound of his muscles and bones. Inhale. Coupled with the 3 postures, his breathing was sometimes short and sometimes slow. His chest was like a bellows, containing a strange rhythm. This practice lasted for 4 hours. Withdraw. The ancient environment is indeed more suitable for practicing martial arts. Tung Shan's heart was already calm. After practicing Xing Yi martial arts for a short year, the inner strength in my body is actually more vigorous than when I was at my peak in my previous life. It's no wonder that there's a Qing Gong like crossing worlds. Now that he was truly born in ancient times, Tang Qingshan finally understood that it wasn't that crossing worlds consumed a lot of inner strength, but that he had too little inner strength in his previous life. Having a lot of inner strength also has its own troubles. Tang Qingshan was very vexed. Because he was only 4 years old, there were not many meridians in his body that were opened. Moreover, Tang Qingshan did not dare to forcefully open his meridians with his inner strength, because if he did, it would cause the meridian impurities to accumulate in the other main meridians and minor meridians, making it impossible for him to open all his meridians in the future, cutting off future prospects for the sake of immediate benefits. This was something that Tang Qingshan would not allow. But with a lot of inner strength, I can also strengthen my body as much as I want. Tang Qingshan thought to himself. Internal martial arts was divided into 3 levels. In fact, each level was to improve the quality of the body. The first level was to reach the limit of pure muscle strength. The second level was to use inner strength to stimulate the deeper parts of the muscles, allowing the muscles and bones to absorb the energy of inner strength and grow again, making the body stronger. For example, Tang Qingshan was able to survive the bullet of the sharpshooter Sun Tzu because his muscle strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. The third level was to reach the Grandmaster realm, where one could surpass the limits of the human body and continue to make the body stronger. After all, in modern society, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was too scarce, and the inner strength of the body was too little. Naturally, everything focused on strengthening the body. Right now, I have too much inner strength to use. Let's follow the second level and stimulate the muscles and bones to strengthen the body. Tang Qingshan was originally a grandmaster, so of course he knew what to do. Inner strength was like nourishment, and the muscles and bones were like plants. After absorbing the nourishment, the muscles and bones could grow. The method to stimulate the bones and muscles and absorb the energy of inner strength was the secret method of internal martial arts. It was also the most precious part. In the space-time of Tang Qingshan's previous life, for more than 1,000 years, countless geniuses had advanced wave after wave and gradually perfected it from generation to generation. Only then did they create the incredible fist technique of internal martial arts. Yes, Mother should be back by now. Tang Qingshan opened the courtyard door and locked it. He then rushed to the training field of Tangjia Village. The training field of Tangjia Village was the most lively place in Tangjia Village. Hey, all kinds of chaotic shouts, and the sound of casual laughter could be heard. Tang Qingshan walked over to take a look. There were some strong men and some young children on the training field. They were either rolling iron balls, holding stone dumbbells, or practicing spear arts. Every morning, the adult men of the village would do morning exercises. The rest of the time, everyone in the training field would train spontaneously. At the edge of the training field, there were some women who washed clothes, made clothes, and did other chores. The women were doing these chores while watching the men train. Qingshan is here. Some women smiled and greeted Tang Qingshan. Hello, Andy. Tang Qingshan also responded politely. Qingshan is such a good child. He doesn't cause trouble at all. He is only 4 years old, but Alan is at ease to let Qingshan play alone. The women smiled and praised. In Tangjia Village, Qingshan was famous for his ability to eat, but he was also famous for being well-behaved and sensible. Children were very annoying. Many people who have raised children knew that. However, Tang Qingshan was very well-behaved and didn't let his parents worry. Mother. Tang Qingshan walked over. Yuan Lan was sitting at the edge of the training field, holding a baby in her arms. This baby was Tang Qingshan's little sister. She was almost 3 months old, and her name was Qingyu. Qingshan, your cousin is over there. Yuan Lan smiled. Tang Qingshan turned his head and saw a 6-foot-tall youth constantly lifting a large stone dumbbell. The stone dumbbell seemed to weigh at least 100 jin. Lifting a stone weight of 100 jin like this while continuously exchanging blows required extremely strong arm and shoulder strength. In this world, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is abundant. The physical quality of an ordinary person is 2 or 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary person in the modern society of my previous life. Tung Ching Shan sighed with emotion. Your cousin, Ching Hu, lifted a 300-gene boulder during the new year. He lifted a 300-gene boulder at the age of 9. I think he will be the first hero of our Tang Jia village. Yuan Lan sighed with emotion. Tung Ching Shan nodded. Tung Ching Hu, 10 years old, was nearly 6 feet tall. In this world, 1 foot was equivalent to 25 centimeters. In other words, Tung Ching Hu was nearly 5 meters tall. According to the normal situation in this world, it was normal for a 9-year-old boy to be able to lift a heavy object that weighed 70 to 80 gene. If he could lift more than 100 gene, he would definitely be a hero when he grew up. If he could lift 300 gene at the age of 9, he would be considered to be gifted. His mother, Yuan Lan, said that Tung Ching Hu might be the first hero of Tang Jia village in the future. This was not without reason. Cousin can lift a 300 gene boulder. If he can learn internal martial arts from me, his achievements will be limitless. Tung Ching Shan thought in his heart. The requirements to practice internal martial arts were very harsh. There were many practitioners in modern society, but some small sects, such as the Godly Thief sect, had declined to the point where they didn't even have a single person who could practice internal martial arts. After all, it was extremely difficult to practice internal martial arts from the outside. Only 1 in 10,000 people could practice internal martial arts, and only 1 in 100 million people could reach the Grandmaster realm. The requirements for aptitude could be imagined. Cousin Tung Ching Hu's aptitude was indeed not bad. Unfortunately, I am only a child now. Who would believe my words? Moreover, I can't make it public now. The consequences of making it public. Tung Ching Shan didn't think about it anymore. Hey, Ching Shan. At this time, a voice came from afar. Tung Ching Hu put down the stone dumbbell. His naked upper body was covered in sweat. He smiled and walked over. Ching Shan, why do you stay at home every day? Come to the training field more. You're still young. Although you can't practice your strength, it is not good to stay at home all the time. It was indeed not good for a child to become introverted if he stayed at home all the time. Thank you, cousin. Tung Ching Shan said with a smile. Ah, Ching Yu, little Ching Yu. Tung Ching Hu stretched his head to the side of the baby and played with him. Hey, Ching Hu, don't drip your sweat on Ching Yu. Quickly go wash up and put on some clothes. Yuan Lan couldn't help but reprimand him. Come to my place for lunch today. Yesterday, a brother who went hunting brought a pheasant. I have already cleaned it and it is simmering on the stove. Okay. Tung Ching Hu smiled and rushed to a nearby place. He grabbed the gourd ladle and scooped up some cold water to wash his body. He then picked up a towel to wipe his body and put on some clothes. Tung Ching Shan quite liked his cousin. He had the usual forthrightness of the men of Tang Jia village. Moreover, he treated him and his sister Ching Yu very well. Tung Ching Shan's ears moved slightly. Practicing internal martial arts, Tung Ching Shan's 6 senses were extremely sensitive. He had already heard faint noises in the distance. Gradually, the noises became louder. Soon, he saw 3 women carrying a man with a head covered in blood. One of the women shouted loudly, "Quickly come and carry Big Monkey home." What happened? The gate of Tang Jia village opened, and many people immediately rushed out. The entire training field was noisy and chaotic. Something happened. Yuan Lan picked up the baby in her arms and suddenly stood up. The men of the first and second teams stay in the village. The other men, bring your weapons and follow me. A loud shout came from the entrance of the village. Tung Ching Shan immediately recognized that the speaker was the great master who taught everyone in Tang Jia village, Tung Yongxian. Under the command of the great master, the entire Tang Jia village immediately became noisy. The news quickly spread. The people from the other village are fighting with us. CK them, kill them. Tung Ching Hu also picked up a long spear and turned to look at Tung Ching Shan. Ching Shan, do you want to go? Tung Ching Shan randomly picked up a handful of stones from the ground. Are you going to use small stones to hit people? Tung Chinghu couldn't help but laugh. Such small stones, your strength is useless. Let's go, cousin. Mother has sent my sister back. If she comes, I won't be allowed to go. Tung Qingshan didn't explain much. Most of the meridians in his body had not been opened yet, but children had very few impurities in their meridians. In addition, the meridians in both hands were easy to train. When Tung Qingshan first gained inner strength, he penetrated the ground with one palm. At that time, the meridians in his hands were opened. Using inner strength, he threw stones like throwing knives. Stones imbued with inner strength were not much weaker than bullets. Of course, Tung Qingshan's strength was still small, so he could only rely on inner strength. Let's go. Don't worry, cousin. I will protect you. Tung Qinghu was full of confidence. Holding a long spear, he took Tung Qingshan and rushed out with a large group of people. Chapter 22. In spring, the grass was long and the birds were flying. On both sides of a ditch, a wide ridge was full of short weeds. At this moment, on both sides of the ridge stood more than 10 people, fighting with their bare hands. Stop! A loud shout came from afar. A large group of people was running over. The one shouting was the skinny man running at the front. However, the group of people had already started fighting, so no one stopped. The thin man rushed into the crowd in a few steps. He held a long spear in his hand. With a thrust and a flick, a person was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 big men were sent flying. The 7 or 8 big men immediately got up. Was it your Li Jia village's people who injured Big Monkey? The skinny man, Tung Yongxiang, who was the Tung Jia village's great spear master, scolded. Master Tung, we were pouring water into the fields. Why do you Tung Jia village people have to block the water gap in our fields? The Li Jia village man, who still had wounds on his body, shouted angrily. At this time, the group of people from Tung Jia village had already arrived. A woman from Tung Jia village immediately cursed. You heartless son of AB****. Since spring, the heavens have never rained. Your fields lack water, but our fields don't? It's not easy to get a flood. What? The water is used by your Li Jia village people, but our fields don't need water? At this time, the 4-year-old Tung Qingshan easily squeezed through the crowd to the front. Fighting for water? Tung Qingshan heard this and understood the reason. In his previous life, Tung Qingshan had never done farm work, so there were many things he didn't know. However, for wheat to grow, it needed water. This was common knowledge that Tung Qingshan still knew. Without enough water, the harvest would be bad. Although they fought, no one died, and no weapons were used. Tung Qingshan's gaze swept across the field and found that there were some shovels and other tools in the field. However, when the two sides fought in the manner, they only relied on their fists and feet to fight. Although some people were injured and bleeding, no one died. Tung Qingshan thought for a moment and understood. If someone from Tung Jia village died, the men of Tung Jia village would probably kill them. They were only fighting for water now. That was fine. If someone dies, the two villages will be in big trouble. At this moment, a large group of people rushed over from another direction. Qingshan, don't run around. At this moment, cousin Tung Qinghu squeezed at the front and immediately grabbed Tung Qingshan. It's very chaotic here. You're just a kid. If you get touched, you'll be injured. Be careful. Tung Qingshan smiled at his cousin. Hey, the people from Li Jia village are here too. Tung Qinghu also looked into the distance. Tung Yongxiang. A loud shout rang out, and a muscular bearded man ran over with large strides. Master! The clansmen of Li Jia village immediately stepped aside. Tung Yongxiang was the spear master of the entire Tung Jia village, and the muscular bearded man, Li Liang, should be the instructor of Li Jia village. Are you all right? The muscular bearded man looked around, and the people of Li Jia village immediately whispered to him. Li Liang. Tung Yongxiang's cold gaze swept over. You should know that it doesn't rain. Your fields need water, and so do ours. But there's only so much water. What do you think we should do? The people immediately closed the head of the ditch. This way, when the water level in the main road receded, the water in the ditch would not flow backwards. However, there was only so much water. How could they divide it? What should we do? The muscular bearded man, Li Liang, held an iron spear and sneered. Simple. Let's fight. If I win, the Li Jia village will use the water. If you win, the Tung Jia village will use the water first. How about it? Do you dare to compete? As he spoke, Li Liang stuck the iron spear into the ground. Tung Yongxiang squinted his eyes. Looks like first uncle isn't stronger than the big bearded Li Liang. Tung Qingshan speculated when he saw this. Li Liang, Tung Yongxiang sneered. The water in the ditch is very important. I'm afraid you don't have the authority to bet with it. The big bearded Li Liang was stunned. The water was related to the grain harvest, so he didn't have the authority to bet with it. If you want to compete with me, we can bet with other things. Today, we are talking about what to do with the water. If you're still that pig-headed, you should go to the side and wait for your chief to come. Tung Yongxiang was very calm. At this moment, the crowd of Li Jia village opened a path. An old man with long hair and beard walked over in big strides. Chief Li, Tung Yongxiang cupped his hands. Yongxiang, where's old man Tung? The old man said casually. Chief will be here soon. Tung Yongxiang said. Tung Qingshan immediately understood that this old man who looked like a fierce Zhang Fei should be the chief of Li Jia village. Before the person arrived, a hearty laughter sounded. Grandfather. Tung Qingshan immediately turned his head. A stocky old man walked over in big strides. It was the chief of Tung Jia village, Tung Yunlong. Beside Tung Yunlong was a man holding an iron spear. It was Tung Qingshan's father, Tung Yongfan. Tung Yunlong walked to the front and said loudly, Li Huojuan, you should know about this matter. Tell me, how do you want to solve it? Tung Yunlong, you are really straightforward. The chief of Li Jia village, Li Huojuan, laughed loudly. Old rules. Group fight or one-on-one? Tung Yunlong said. What group fight? One-on-one? Tung Qingshan asked his cousin, Tung Qinghu, in a low voice. Tung Qinghu said softly, Qingshan, when two villages have a dispute, they will usually use force to determine the winner. Group fight means that each village sends out 10 strong men to fight without using any weapons. When one side's men and horses are knocked down and unable to get up, the other side wins. Group fight is usually a bit more desperate, and there may be deaths. As for one-on-one, even if I don't say it, you should understand. Tung Qingshan nodded slightly. The chief of Li Jia village thought for a while and said with a smile, How about this one-on-one? We will compete for 3 rounds. There are 24 hours in a day. If one wins, the winning side can use water to their heart's content for 8 hours. If 2 wins, the winning side can use water for 8 hours. If all 3 wins, the winning side can use water to their heart's content. The losing side is not allowed to use water. Tung Yunlong thought for a while. That's fine. Tung Yunlong nodded in agreement. The 2 chiefs nodded, and the matter was settled. This place is too small. Let's go to the blood sand slope. Tung Yunlong said. Okay. Li Huojuan also nodded. Immediately, under the leadership of the 2 chiefs, the 2 clans set off towards the blood sand slope. Qingshan, you actually came here. Yuan Lan picked up Tung Qingshan and scolded angrily. This place is so messy. I thought you were in the village, but you are here. Qinghu, you brought your brother here, right? How old is your brother? He doesn't know any better, but you should be more sensible now. You actually brought your brother here. Tung Qinghu lowered his head after being scolded. Tung Qingshan obediently lowered his head and listened to his mother's scolding. Alan. At this time, his father, Tung Yongfan, walked over and said, Okay, stop talking about the children. Let's go to the blood sand slope together. With this, Tung Yongfan picked up Tung Qingshan and said, My good son, you have to watch this competition carefully. When you grow up, you have to become a good man. If you can be as powerful as your cousin, your father will laugh in my sleep. His cousin, Tung Qinghu, was able to lift 300 jin at the age of 9. He was definitely talented, and many people believed that he would become the #1 hero of Tengjia village in the future. It was understandable that a father had such expectations for his son. Catch up to cousin? Tung Qingshan thought for a while, but didn't say anything. The blood sand slope was a barren open space. At this time, nearly 1,000 people gathered here. This circle is about 5 zhang long. Every time the heroes of Tengjia village and Li Jia village enter the competition empty-handed. When the time comes, whoever is knocked down can't get up. Or if they're knocked out of the circle, they lose. The other side wins. A silver-haired old man with a walking stick said loudly. The two chiefs looked at each other. For every victory, you can use water for 8 hours. The silver-haired old man said loudly, Now, please write down the order of the 3 people you will send. When the time comes, the first person on the list will compete with the first, the second will compete with the second, and the third will compete with the third. The silver-haired old man was full of energy. After listening to the rules, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but secretly nod. This method also prevented the Tianji's horse race from happening. The other side didn't know the order of the other side's people, so they naturally couldn't make a plan. We are ready. Tung Yunlong smiled and held a piece of red paper in his hand. We're also ready. Li Huijuan also held a piece of red paper. The silver-haired old man with a walking stick took the 2 pieces of red paper and began to read. The order of the Tengjia village is Tung Yonglei, Tung Yongfan, and Tung Yongxiang. The order of the Li Jia village is Li Wutian, Li Liang, and Li Jinfu. Tung Yonglei against Li Wutian. Tung Yongfan against Li Liang. Tung Yongxiang against Li Jinfu. Li Jinfu? Many people from the Tengjia village were puzzled. It should be known that Li Liang and Li Wutian were both from the Wu generation. The reason why Li Liang wasn't named Li Wuliang was because Wuliang sounded like heartless, so the elders in the family named him Li Liang. As for Li Jinfu, it was obvious that he was 1 generation lower than Li Wutian and Li Liang. Li Jinfu should only be a teenager this year. The people of the Tengjia village began to discuss. He's actually going to fight. Father is also going to fight. Tung Qingshan heard this and couldn't help but turn his head to look. Chapter 23. P.S. I have to go out during the day, so the chapter will be updated at noon. I will also call for recommendation votes. At this time, Tung Yongfan, Tung Yongxiang, and Tung Yonglei were together. The 3 of them were exercising. Tengjia village has sent out 3 people. Uncle Tung Yongxiang is the clan spear master, and his strength is one of the best. Uncle Tung Yonglei is the leader of the hunting team and is also very strong. Although my father rarely fights, it seems that he is also an expert. Tung Qingshan sighed in his heart. The people of the village were valiant, and there were many experts in the village. One could imagine how many experts there were in the world. They are finally fighting. Beside Tung Qingshan, Tung Qinghu's eyes shone with excitement. The first battle, the silver-haired elder with the crutch looked at the crowd and said, Tung Yonglei of Tengjia village against Li Wuqian of Li Jia village. 2 heroes, please enter the ring. Lei, do your best. Tung Yongfan patted Tung Yonglei's shoulder. Be careful of Li Wuqian's leg technique. Tung Yongxiang said, Watch me. Tung Yonglei smiled confidently as he strode into the battle circle. Li Wutian also said a few words to the surrounding clansmen. Afterwards, he also confidently walked into the circle with a diameter of 15 feet with his bare hands. Tung Yonglei tugged at his clothes and threw them out of the circle, revealing his lean upper body. Li Wutian also threw his clothes away, revealing his lean upper body. Tung Yonglei, you will definitely lose today. If you admit defeat earlier, you will suffer less. Li Wutian had dark skin and was valiant and capable. After this battle, prepare to lie in bed for half a year. Tung Yonglei said disdainfully. The 2 heroes of the 2 clans had not even started fighting, but they were already opposing each other. You 2. The silver-haired elder with the crutch glanced at the 2 and said, Let's begin, please. Li Wuqian cupped his hands. Please. Tung Yonglei also cupped his hands. For a moment, Thousands of people gathered in circles and stared at the two people in the center of the ring. This battle was not only related to water, it was also related to the honor of their race. Everyone was hoping that their race would win. Tung Yonglei placed one hand on his chin and the other on his waist as he cautiously walked around the circle. Li Wuqian, on the other hand, had both his hands in front of his chest, and his left and right legs were raised as if he was ready to kick out at any moment. For a moment, the entire place was silent. Tung Qingshan watched silently and said, "Uncle Tung Yonglei, martial arts are all in your hands." As for Li Wuqian, his legs seemed to be more powerful. Those hands are only used to protect the vital parts. As the saying goes, the hands are a door, and the legs are the only way to beat people. However, this was not absolute. For example, Tung Qingshan's kung fu was mostly based on his fists. Tung Yonglei and Li Wuqian were both observing their opponents. Li Wuqian suddenly moved forward and kicked Tung Yonglei's chin with his left leg. Phew! A strong wind swept past Tung Yonglei's face, and he quickly retreated. After Li Wuqian's left leg swept down, he followed it up with his right leg, sweeping towards Tung Yonglei. Tung Yonglei's eyes were like a viper's as he stared at his opponent's leg. Suddenly, his right hand, which had been accumulating power, struck out like lightning, directly hitting Li Wuqian's foot. Bang! Li Wuqian's right leg was forcefully smacked down, and he couldn't help but lose his balance. "Huh!" Tung Yonglei shouted and took advantage of the momentum to turn around and perform a whirlwind kick. Phew! His left leg swept towards Tung Yonglei like a guillotine. Li Wuqian didn't have enough time to retreat, so he leaned back and dodged the kick. His right hand supported the ground, and like a windmill, he swept his leg. Tung Yonglei nimbly leaped back and dodged the attack. The moment he leaped back, Tung Yonglei suddenly pounced forward, pressing down on Li Wuqian, who hadn't even had the time to stand up. His fists were like artillery shells as they wildly smashed down. Bang, bang! Li Wuqian, who was pressed down on the ground, received 2 punches on his face. Only the sound of bones breaking and blood splashing could be heard. Li Wuqian let out a beast-like roar, straightened his back, and crazily kicked Tung Yonglei with his knees. The powerful strength of his thighs sent Tung Yonglei flying. "Die!" Li Wuqian, whose face was covered in blood, roared. His legs were like phantoms as they continuously kicked towards Tung Yonglei, who hadn't yet stabilized himself. "Pooh! Pooh!" Tung Yonglei used his hands to block the 2 kicks. "Ah!" Li Wuqian roared and suddenly moved forward. His legs wildly swept and kicked, forcing Tung Yonglei to retreat in an instant. "We can't retreat anymore," someone from Tung Jia village suddenly shouted. Tung Yonglei was startled. It turned out that he had already retreated to the edge. If he retreated any further, he would be out of the circle. Ah! At this time, Li Wuqian leaped up and kicked desperately. It was too late to dodge. Bang! Li Wuqian's right leg kicked Tung Yonglei's chest. Tung Yonglei spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to be sent flying. But at this moment, "Come out!" Tung Yonglei roared. He stretched out his hands, grabbed Li Wuqian's right leg, and threw him backwards. Li Wuqian's entire body was thrown 2 zhang high into the air. With a bang sound, he landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Tung Yonglei was half lying on the ground, clutching his chest. "Lazy! Yonglei!" Many people from Tung Jia village immediately rushed over. "Brother Tian! Father! Tian!" Many people from Li Jia village also rushed over to help Li Wuqian up. "Father, is Uncle okay?" Tung Qingshan hastily asked his father. Tung Qingshan patted Tung Qingshan's head and said, "Don't worry. He was only kicked in the chest. He will probably need a rest for a month or 2. Tung Qingshan secretly let out a sigh of relief. Tung Qingshan was very familiar with Tung Qingshan. After all, Tung Yonglei was the leader of the hunting team, and he would often bring game to Tung Qingshan. The first battle is over. Tung Yonglei of Tung Jia village and Li Wuqian of Li Jia village both came out of the circle. "It's a draw," the silver-haired elder with the crutch announced. The spectators from both clans felt nervous. They didn't expect such a situation to occur in the first battle. "Father, be careful," Tung Shan couldn't help but say. He could see that this kind of battle could result in death. "Son, don't worry. Watch your father take care of that guy." Tung Yongfan smiled. "Brother Fan, don't be careless." Mother Yuanlan looked at her husband worriedly. Tung Yongfan nodded and immediately greeted the surrounding people. "Tung Jia Village's Tung Yongfan, Li Jia Village's Li Liang. The two of you, please enter the circle." The silver-haired elder with the crutch announced. "A fan, beat that Li Liang for me." The clan's great master, Tung Yongxiang, couldn't help but say. Tung Yongfan smiled and entered the circle. "Haha, Tung Yongfan, I wanted to fight you for a long time, but you always hide in your Tung Jia village and forge iron. Today, I'll let you see the iron fist of Li Liang." The big bearded man, Li Liang, laughed loudly. He suddenly took off his clothes, threw them away, and strode into the circle. Li Liang's body was very hairy, and his chest was pitch black with extremely thick chest hair. "Good. Let me see how strong your iron fist is." Tung Yongfan smiled and threw away his clothes, revealing his strong body. Tung Yongfan's shoulder and back muscles were extremely developed. His back and shoulders were bulging, as if a pair of wings were hidden underneath. His thick arms were comparable to the thighs of a young man. Tung Shan's eyes brightened. Although father rarely fights, he has been forging iron for many years, and the strength of his arms has reached an extremely terrifying level. Tung Shan was even more confident in his father. However, in a fight between two people, besides strength, they also needed to improvise. "You two, let's begin." The silver-haired elder with the crutch spoke. "Please, please." His father, Tung Yongfan, and Li Liang cupped their hands at the same time. They then retreated slightly and carefully observed their opponents. "Li Liang, didn't you say that you would let me see your iron fist?" Tung Yongfan laughed and walked forward with large strides. He was extremely overbearing. "Humph." Li Liang sneered and approached from the side like lightning. His two fists were already accumulating power. When he approached Tung Yongfan, his right fist mercilessly punched towards Tung Yongfan's shoulder. "Huh." Tung Yongfan casually waved his left hand and deflected Li Liang's fist to the side. Then, Tung Yongfan followed up with a straight punch. Li Liang's left hand had already blocked it. Bang! A dull sound like the beating of a drum rang out. After Tung Yongfan's straight punch hit Li Liang's left hand, its speed didn't change, and it hit Li Liang's chest again. "Kacha!" The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Li Liang felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his whole body was thrown out of the ring. Complete silence. No one expected that the teacher of Li Jia village, Li Liang, would be sent flying by Tung Yongfan in one round. Their strengths were not on the same level at all. "Brother Fan, good job." "Brother Fan." The people of Tung Jia village cheered. Everyone was shouting excitedly. "Li Liang, teacher." Many people of Li Jia village woke up and rushed over. "Don't worry." Tung Yongfan's voice sounded. "I held back at the end. This Li Liang won't die." Then, Tung Yongfan smiled and walked towards his wife, Yuanlan, and son, Tung Shan. He carried Tung Shan and said dotingly, "My good son, how is your father?" "Amazing." Tung Shan smiled and gave a thumbs up. A child gave a thumbs up. This scene caused many people in Tung Jia village to laugh out loud. It was obvious that Tung Yongfan's overwhelming victory made the people of Tung Jia village very happy. However, many people of Li Jia village were dumbfounded. Tung Yongfan was too strong. They had seen with their own eyes that their teacher, Li Liang, could lift a 700 gene boulder. His arm strength was so strong, but in front of Tung Yongfan, he couldn't resist. How strong was Tung Yongfan? As expected of the next chief of Tung Jia village, Yongfan is not bad. The chief of Li Jia village, Li Huojuan, laughed and said, "Ha!" Tung Yunlong laughed proudly. Tung Yongfan was his son-in-law and disciple, so he was naturally proud. "Jinfu, get ready," Li Huojuan said with a proud face. The third person to fight was called Li Jinfu. Yes, grandfather. A deep voice sounded. Tung Qingshan couldn't help but turn his head. Many people of Tung Jia village turned to look. An 8-foot-tall, stocky young man walked over. This young man's eyes were like copper bells, and his hair was like steel needles that shot up to the sky. His body was also simply wrapped in the fur of a wild beast. He looked like a savage who had walked out of the mountains. On his shoulder was a black mace covered with sharp spikes. Humph! This young man, who was as strong as a beast, casually waved the mace twice, making people suspect that the mace was made of wood. He then threw it to the side. The mace smashed onto the ground with a dull thud. One could imagine how heavy the mace was. This mace is made of iron, right? How heavy is it? Tung Yunlong looked at Li Huijuan in shock. It's okay. My grandson Jinfu's mace is only 120 jin, Li Huijuan said casually, but there was no lack of pride on his face. The people of Tongjia village were shocked. To use a 120 jin weapon and use it freely, one's arms must have a strength of over 1,000 jin. As the saying goes, one can defeat 10. Just this terrifying strength made the people of Tongjia village nervous. Chapter 24. The third match, Tung Yongxiang of Tongjia village and Li Jinfu of Li Jia village. Please enter the ring, the silver-haired elder said. Tung Qingshan carefully observed Li Jinfu. This Li Jinfu, look at the killing intent in his eyes. He is a living beast. Tung Qingshan felt a little worried for his uncle, Tung Yongxiang. Yongxiang, be careful. Don't fight with him. Tung Yongfan whispered. This Li Jinfu's arm strength is definitely not weaker than mine. In Tongjia village, Tung Yongfan was the undisputed number 1 in terms of strength. If even Tung Yongfan said so, then the opponent's strength could be imagined. Understood. Tung Yongxiang nodded slightly. The thousands of spectators were silent. Li Jinfu's bell-like eyes swept towards Tung Yongxiang. Then he strode into the ring and said in a deep voice, "You, hurry up." Tung Yongxiang narrowed his eyes and also strode into the ring. The two confronted each other. At this moment, Tung Yongxiang didn't dare to be distracted. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. You two begin. As soon as the silver-haired elder's voice fell, Li Jinfu moved. Roar! Li Jinfu let out a beast-like roar. His hands and feet suddenly pushed off the ground, and he pounced towards Tung Yongxiang like a tiger. The animal skin on Li Jinfu's body made him look even more like a beast. So fast. Tung Yongxiang retreated quickly. I originally wanted to fight him with speed, but it seems that his speed is even faster than mine. Wah! Wah! As the tiger pounced, 2 claws left claw marks on Tung Yongxiang's body. Li Jinfu's eyes widened, revealing a fierce glint. He pushed off the ground with both hands and jumped up again. His hands are like iron fists, smashing towards Tung Yongxiang. Tung Yongxiang didn't have time to dodge, so he could only receive the blows. Pung! 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 Tung Yongxiang directly punched him twice, and then the 2 punches hit his chest, sending him flying. He then fell heavily outside the ring, and blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. Yongxiang, Tung Yongfan, who was carrying Tung Qingshan, ran over. Uncle. Tung Qingshan was also watching carefully. You didn't kill my uncle, so I showed mercy and spared his life. When my fist landed on his body, I only used half of my strength. He won't die. Li Jinfu's voice was hoarse as he stared at Tung Yongfan. Tung Yongfan, your strength is not bad. In Tongjia village, only you are qualified to be my opponent. Tung Yongfan looked up. Li Jinfu, who was 8 feet tall, was like a demon god. He stared at Tung Yongfan and sneered. Unfortunately, if you stay in this village, you will be like this for the rest of your life. After he finished speaking, he turned around and picked up the frightening mace. He placed it on his shoulder and strode out. The people of Li Jia village immediately opened up a path for him. The third round, Li Jia village, Li Jinfu wins. At the end of the 3 matches, Tongjia village and Li Jia village each obtained 1 victory and 1 draw. According to the rules, from today onwards, Tongjia Village and Li Jia Village will each use the water from the canal for 12 hours a day. The silver-haired elder announced the result. Tongjia Village and Li Jia Village calmly accepted half of the clan's shares. Li Huijuan, it seems that your grandson is going to leave Li Jia Village? Tung Yunlong said. Hi. Li Huijuan was afraid that the people around him couldn't hear him and said in a clear voice, My grandson, Jinfu, entered the Great Yin Mountain alone when he was 13 years old. He spent 5 years of painstaking cultivation with wild beasts and created the fierce tiger fist. He has just finished his painstaking cultivation and has decided to participate in the examination to join the Gui Yuan sect. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Gui Yuan sect. When Tung Qingshan heard these 3 words, he quivered. Sect. Tung Qingshan had never heard of such a sect in China's history. It seems that your precious grandson has a bright future. Tung Yunlong laughed. After the water competition ended, the people of Tongjia Village and Li Jia Village left. However, everyone was still talking about the battle. Of course, the person they were talking about was Li Jinfu. On the way back, Father, what is the Gui Yuan sect? Tung Qingshan asked curiously. A very, very powerful sect. My future goal is to enter the Gui Yuan sect. Tung Qinghu, who was at the side, said resolutely. His father, Tung Yongfan, smiled and said, Qinghu is ambitious. Qingshan, this Gui Yuan sect is a sect. This sect teaches its disciples to cultivate inner strength. This inner strength is different from the strength of the muscles and bones. It is very powerful. The experts from these sects sometimes have soft skin, but they can smash a huge rock with a slap. Tung Qingshan nodded secretly. He obviously knew the secret of inner strength. Father, why don't you go to the Gui Yuan sect? Tung Qingshan continued to ask. Moreover, is it necessary to enter the Gui Yuan sect because there are no other sects? Tung Qingshan was smart and well-behaved. Although he was only 4 years old, his words were very logical. Tung Yongfan was also happy to have a son like this. Tung Yongfan sighed and said in detail, Qingshan, there are 9 prefectures in the world. Yangzhou is the most prosperous. In Yangzhou, the number 1 sect is Qinghu Island, and the number 2 sect is Gui Yuan sect. Of course, Tai Hall and Gui Yuan sect are tied for number 2. Their strengths are almost the same. Tung Qingshan nodded. Then why don't you join Qinghu Island? Isn't Qinghu Island the number 1 sect? There are 13 counties in Yangzhou. Among the 13 counties in Yangzhou, 9 big counties are completely controlled by Qinghu Island. Qinghu Island is the only sect in the 9 big counties. The government officials of the 9 big counties and the hundreds of cities under their jurisdiction are all appointed by Qinghu Island. To be more precise, the government officials are the outer members of Qinghu Island. Tung Qingshan was confused as he listened. What world is this? What era is this? A martial arts sect actually completely controls the 9 big counties? The so-called government officials are actually appointed by the sect and are considered the outer members of the sect? Among the 13 counties in Yangzhou, the number 1 sect, Qinghu Island, completely controls the 9 big counties. As for the Gui Yuan sect, it completely controls our Jiangning County. The so-called officers and soldiers of the 9 big cities of Jiangning County are actually the outer members of the Gui Yuan sect. Those officials are all disciples of the Gui Yuan sect. In Jiangning County, the Gui Yuan sect is the heavens. There is no sect that dares to interfere with Jiangning County. Tung Qingshan was still in a daze. Tung Qingshan was sure that in the history of China, there was absolutely no sect that controlled the whole world. This world is definitely not any dynasty in the history of China. Qingshan, cousin Tung Qinghu said with joy, say, isn't the White Horse Gang powerful? 8,000 core members. However, they still have to show their filial piety to the Lord of East City every year. If the Lord of East City is unhappy, he can lead a group of warriors and kill them. Don't look at their 8,000 people. Just 1 or 200 warriors will be able to kill the White Horse Gang. Tung Shan completely understood. In Jiangning County, the Gui Yuan sect is the emperor. The government officials are the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect. Even the White Horse Gang and other gangs have to be careful and don't dare to offend the Gui Yuan sect. Is it very difficult to enter the Gui Yuan sect? Tung Shan asked. Yes, it is very difficult. His father, Tung Yongfan, sighed. There are only 2 ways to enter the Gui Yuan sect. The first way is for children under the age of 10 to pay 500 taels of silver and have the opportunity to learn the secret technique. If they can't cultivate inner strength within a year, they will be kicked out. Tung Shan understood that even if there was a secret technique to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate inner strength, not everyone could do it. Only 1 in 10,000 could successfully practice the internal martial arts. Although absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate inner strength was simple, only 1 in 10 people could meet the requirements. Just 500 taels of silver in exchange for an opportunity. Ordinary people wouldn't be willing to do so. Tung Yongfan sighed. Isn't there a second way? Tung Shan immediately asked. Within the sect, there are armies that fight and kill. For example, the Gui Yuan sect has the Black Armor Corps. The second way I mentioned is to find a way to enter the Black Armor Corps. Tung Yongfan sighed. The test rules are very simple. If you can lift a 500 gene boulder, you will be a 3rd-rated warrior and qualified to join the Black Armor Corps. If you can lift a 2,000 gene boulder, you will be a 2nd-rated warrior. If you can lift a 10,000 gene boulder, you will be a 1st-rated warrior. Tung Shan was secretly shocked. 1st-rated warrior? 10,000 gene boulder? In his previous life, after he reached the Grandmaster realm and practiced the godly tiger form technique, he could barely lift a 10,000 gene boulder. In this world, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was abundant, and there were many people with good physical qualities and great strength. An ordinary adult man can lift a 300 gene boulder. However, the higher you go, the harder it is to increase your strength. Only 1 in 10 people can lift 400 gene. Only 1 in 100 people can lift more than 500 gene. Tung Yongfan sighed. I have trained hard since I was young, and now I can lift 1,200 gene. I am the strongest in Tongjia village, but among the warriors, I am only a 3rd-rated warrior. Between 500 gene and 2,000 gene are 3rd-rated warriors. Between 2,000 gene and 10,000 gene are 2nd-rated warriors. Only those who can lift more than 10,000 gene are 1st-rated warriors. 3rd-rated warriors are small soldiers in the Black Armored Corps. They are cannon fodder in battle. If I go there, I might be able to obtain the simplest secret method to cultivate inner strength. However, I am over 30 years old and have no future in cultivating inner strength. Tung Yongfan sighed. Tung Shan sighed endlessly. People like his father are cannon fodder in the Black Armor Corps. Gangs like the White Horse Gang are powerful in our eyes. However, in the eyes of the Gui Yuan sect's Black Armored Corps, they can casually send out 100 men wearing black armor. Ordinary arrows, knives, and spears cannot harm them at all. With a few charges, they can crush the White Horse Gang like rolling stones. Tung Yongfan said without a care. Tung Shan sucked in a breath of cold air. In the ancient history of China, was there such a terrifying army? No. Those who can lift 1,000 gene are actually small soldiers, cannon fodder. Only elites can lift 2,000 gene and 10,000 gene. This kind of army, wearing thick armor, is definitely a flood of steel that cannot be stopped. With this kind of army of 8,000, even if there are 1 million ordinary people, they will still be swept away. Tung Shan somewhat understood why. In this world, sects can become the highest ruling existence. Father, how many people does the Gui Yuan sect's Black Armor Corps have? Tung Shan inquired. Chapter 25. Tung Yongfan exclaimed in admiration. 6,000 members of the Black Armored Corps. It is said that the founder of the Gui Yuan sect set the rule that the Black Armored Corps will always have 6,000 members. Whenever a powerful new member joins, some weak old members will be kicked out of the Black Armored Corps. Although they are kicked out, they will still be a member of the Gui Yuan sect. They will become the captains of the soldiers in the cities under the jurisdiction of Jiangning County. Therefore, although it is widely said that those who can lift 500 jin can join the Black Armored Corps, in fact, because the number of members is fixed, the threshold is raised. Those who can lift 500 jin can only be an outer member of the Gui Yuan sect. Tung Yongfan said. Tung Qingshan was amazed. The permanent fixed number of members made the Black Armored Corps stronger and stronger. It was definitely an elite corps. An army made up of pure warriors. Tung Qingshan was shocked. He finally understood what kind of world this was. In his previous life, Tung Qingshan had also thought that if 10,000 internal martial arts experts formed an organization, they would be able to form an organization. This organization would surpass any country. Just think about it. Thousands of internal martial arts masters sneaking into the enemy country and carrying out assassinations. It was estimated that the whole country would be in chaos overnight. However, in his previous life, this kind of thing could not happen. After all, there were too few people who could practice internal strength. For example, the Godly Thief sect did not have any internal strength masters. There were SS-level masters in the world, but not only were they few in number, they were also supporting their own country. In the 9 prefectures of the world, the second largest sect in Yangzhou, the Gui Yuan sect, could have such a strong force. This world is really wonderful. Tung Qingshan was a little excited. It seemed that the so-called SS-level masters in his previous life could only be regarded as elites in this world. The so-called experts were lonely. In his previous life, Tung Qingshan was already the strongest in modern society. He felt lonely. In this life, Tung Qingshan had no idea what kind of world he was in. Only today did he know. This kind of world is my dream world. The people are brave, and there are countless strong people. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. When he knew what kind of world he was living in, Tung Qingshan was even more motivated. He spent most of his time training every day. With the abundance of heaven and earth spiritual qi, the inner force within Tung Qingshan's body also became more vigorous. Tung Qingshan was very extravagant as he wantonly stimulated his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, muscles, tendons, and bones, allowing them to absorb and strengthen themselves. In the internal martial arts, the first was to preserve one's health, and the second was to kill. Nourishing his body was to strengthen Tung Qingshan's internal organs and increase his vitality. Killing people was actually to strengthen the muscles and bones to an extremely high level. In the modern society of his previous life, he had always been worried about the scarcity of inner force and did not dare to waste it. Even during battles, he would only use a little inner force at critical moments. But now, he wasn't worried about the lack of inner strength. Instead, he was worried about his tendons, bones, muscles, and internal organs absorbing inner strength too slowly. With sufficient replenishment, Tung Qingshan's body improved at the extreme speed of the internal martial arts cultivation method. Last night's heavy snow covered the entire Tungjia village with a layer of silver. In the morning, the Tungjia village clansmen used brooms to sweep the snow to the side, revealing a path that could be walked on. This snow caused the temperature to drop, so the clansmen all wore thick cotton-padded jackets. In the central room of Tung Qingshan's house, a family of 4 gathered together to eat breakfast. Fragrant pastry! The little girl with pigtails stood on a chair and shouted in surprise, "Mother, where did it come from?" Mother Yuan Lan smiled and said, "Where do you think it came from? Your father asked someone to buy this fragrant pastry from East City's Baifu Hall. Today is New Year's Eve. How could he not buy something delicious?" Little Yu, wearing a green cotton-padded jacket, Tung Qingshan sat on a chair and looked at his little sister. Today was New Year's Eve. After today, he would be 6 years old, and his little sister would be 3 years old. Although his little sister was young, she was very intelligent and a little naughty. "Your stomach is small, so you can only eat one piece of fragrant pastry. There are 2 pieces here. Tung Ching Shan pointed at the fragrant pastry on the plate. This piece is the biggest, and this piece is the smallest. Tell me, which one should you choose? Me? Qingyu stared at the fragrant pastry with her big black eyes. She then stood up, bent down, and directly took the big piece of fragrant pastry from the plate into her hands. Brother, I want this. Children were indeed greedy. Little you have to learn to be modest. Tung Ching Shan said, when relatives and friends are together, you have to choose the smaller one. Why? Qingyu looked at Tung Ching Shan in confusion. Little you should learn from your brother and learn to be modest. Tung Yongfan, who was at the side, also laughed and said, there's a plate of delicious food over there. You can eat first. You can't choose the biggest one. I will let your brother choose, and your brother will choose the smaller one. Tung Yongfan gradually taught his children in his daily life. Brother, you can choose between these 2, and you will choose the smaller one? Qingyu said. Yes. Tung Qingshan nodded. Isn't that right? You choose the smaller one, and I choose the bigger one. What's wrong with me? Qingyu looked at Tung Qingshan in confusion. Tung Qingshan was stunned. His father, Tung Yongfan, and his mother, Yuan Lan, were also stunned for a moment. Looking at Qingyu's childish face that was full of confusion and doubt, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Huh? Ting Yongfan laughed and said, yes, yes. Qingyu, you eat the bigger one. Yes. Qingyu nodded heavily and immediately smiled at Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan felt helpless. It was impossible to reason with a 3-year-old child. However, Tung Qingshan enjoyed this happy and harmonious atmosphere. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He had never enjoyed fatherly and motherly love. But in this life, he enjoyed the protection of his parents and had a cute little sister. In this warm atmosphere, the family finished breakfast. Qingshan, take Qingyu to the martial arts field to play. At noon today, the clan will hold the yearly sacrifice. Everyone will go to the martial arts field. After the yearly sacrifice, the whole clan will have lunch together at the martial arts field. Tung Yongfan instructed. He was very confident that Tung Qingshan would take care of Qingyu. Although Tung Qingshan would only be 6 years old after today, he was smart and obedient. He was like a 10-year-old child. Actually, there was no other way. Tung Qingshan couldn't pretend to be a silly child. However, he didn't dare to be too excessive. If he spoke like a 10-year-old child, the clan would only think that he was a genius. If he spoke like an adult when he was 2 or 3 years old, they would probably think that he was a monster. I know, father. Tung Qingshan nodded and held his little sister's hand as they walked towards the lively martial arts field. When it was almost noon, the entire martial arts field was filled with more than 2,000 people. All the clansmen of Tongjia village were here. They stood here and there, according to every house. A huge cauldron was placed at the front of the martial arts field. More than 2,000 people of Tongjia village stood in an orderly manner. Chief Tung Yunlong stood at the front. Mother, what is grandfather doing? Qingyu, who was in Yuan Lan's arms, blinked and asked in confusion. Don't talk, Yuan Lan said softly. Because of his father, Tung Qingshan's family stood at the front of the crowd. Tung Qingshan clearly saw Chief Tung Yunlong walk to the side where there was a copper basin. Chief Tung Yunlong washed his hands, wiped them with a white cloth, and then placed them on the copper basin. Immediately, a clansman handed 3 high incense sticks to the chief. Tung Yunlong held the 3 high incense sticks and shouted, "Burn the incense." Immediately, a clansman approached with candles and lit the 3 high incense sticks. Tung Yunlong held 3 incense sticks in his hands and strode towards the huge cauldron. Behind him, 3 strong men followed side by side. They were obviously Tung Yonglei, Tung Yongfan, and Tung Yongxiang, the 3 strongest men in the clan. The 3 of them each held a large plate with a cooked pig's head, a goat's head, and a cow's head. Tung Yunlong solemnly walked up the steps and inserted the 3 high incense sticks into the huge cauldron. Tung Yongfan and the other 2 placed the offerings on the steps in front of the huge cauldron. Play music to welcome the gods. Tung Yunlong turned his head to look at the clansmen and said loudly, "Clang!" The sound of a gong suddenly sounded, followed by the sound of a drum being beaten 9 times in a row. "Kneel!" Tung Yunlong said loudly. Immediately, the over 2,000 people on the training field all knelt down. At this moment, Tung Yunlong also knelt down in front of the huge cauldron and said loudly, "Emperor Yu is above." What followed was a series of praises. Hearing this, Tung Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandfather didn't use a piece of paper to read. Instead, he just opened his mouth and spoke for so long in one breath. His memory is really good. Looking at the huge cauldron, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. After coming to this world, Tung Qingshan realized that the people of this world respected cauldrons very much. Just last year, he received a piece of news. In this world, thousands of years ago, the most amazing person since the creation of the world, Emperor Yu, did something that had never been done before. He unified the world. Emperor Yu unified the world and divided the world into 9 prefectures. He gathered the bronze of the 9 prefectures and forged 9 huge cauldrons, which were scattered throughout the 9 prefectures. From then on, the cauldron became the symbol of the supreme imperial power and divine power. It was the people's spiritual belief. However, in this world, the martial forces are strong and there are many experts. It is too difficult to unify the world. After Emperor Yu died, the world fell apart again. For thousands of years, except for Emperor Yu, only Heavenly Emperor Qin Ling unified the world. However, after Heavenly Emperor Qin Ling died, the world also fell into chaos. After coming to this world for 6 years, Tung Qingshan also knew about the 2 greatest people in this world, Emperor Yu and Heavenly Emperor Qin Ling. For thousands of years, only these 2 people unified the world. Similarly, when these 2 people died, the world fell into chaos. When Tung Yunlong finally stopped, he said loudly, "Bow." With this, he took the lead and bowed down. All the kneeling clansmen bowed as well. "Bow again!" Tung Yunlong shouted again. "Bow thrice!" All the clansmen bowed again and kowtowed to the ground. "Rise!" Tung Yunlong said loudly. Everyone stood up with a loud rumble. "The ceremony is complete," Tung Yunlong said loudly. At this moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Many women couldn't help but rub their knees. After kneeling for so long, their legs were sore. At this moment, Tung Yunlong finally laughed loudly. "Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. Come, set up the banquet." Immediately, tables were quickly placed on the training field. All kinds of food were also carried to each table. "Qingshan," Tung Yongfan walked over. "Father." Tung Qingshan knew what his father wanted to say. "After today, you'll be 6 years old. After lunch, during the celebration in the afternoon, we will begin to examine the children of your age. This will determine your future path. You have to work hard and make your father proud." Tung Yongfan said this in a relaxed manner, but he was obviously nervous. Before the age of 6, children could play to their heart's content and the clan wouldn't care. However, from the age of 6, they could train in archery, spear arts, farming, and so on. When your cousin, Qinghu, was 6 years old, he could lift a huge stone that weighed 60 jin. Tung Yongfan said, "Father doesn't have a high goal for you, but you have to at least reach an above-average level." After all, Tung Yongfan was the next clan leader and the #1 warrior in the clan. If his son was too weak, he wouldn't feel comfortable. Above average level? Tung Qingshan just nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 26. On the spacious training field, there were hundreds of tables. The clansmen gathered together, laughing heartily, eating meat, and drinking wine. Although the clan was not very rich, on the day of a yearly sacrifice, it was still possible for the entire clan to eat and drink to their heart's content. "Brother Fan, come, let me give you a toast." A sturdy boorish man held a big bowl. "Unyo come." Tung Yongfan stood up straightforwardly. After the 2 clinked their bowls, they drank everything in one go. "Brother Fan, today your son Qingshan is going to take the test. Are you confident? That Anyo asked with a smile. Of course. Tung Yongfan glared. Anyo lowered his voice and said, That little brat of mine is the same age as your son. I have secretly tested my son. He can lift a sandbag that weighs 40 jin. Haha. I remember, Brother Fan, when you were 6 years old, you could only lift 50 jin, right? This time, my son might be the strongest among his peers. In the village where there was no method to cultivate inner strength, talent and diligence determined one's future achievements. When Tung Yongfan was a child, he had great strength. Coupled with his diligence and hard work, he only had the strength of 1,000 jin now. The grandson of the old clan leader, Tung Yunlong, Tung Qingshan's cousin, Tung Qinghu, could lift 60 jin when he was 6 years old. When he was 9 years old, he could lift a 300 jin boulder. This kind of talent was even stronger than Tung Yongfan's. The clan had high hopes for Tung Qinghu. My son Qingshan has been able to eat since he was young. With such a big appetite, he is definitely not worse than your son. Tung Yongfan seemed to be very confident. In fact, Tung Qingshan felt guilty because he had never secretly tested Tung Qingshan. Being able to eat makes you strong? Tung Qingshan, who was sitting at the next table, glanced at his father, Tung Yongfan. He felt very relaxed. Because of the Xing internal martial arts, Tung Qingshan had never performed in front of his parents. As for this time's test, Tung Qingshan did not feel pressured at all. He started producing inner force at the age of 3, and he had been training for nearly 3 years now. In addition, he had inherited his father's bloodline and was naturally born with a good physique. The strength of his current body would definitely leave everyone dumbfounded. Since father and mother think so highly of me, I can't disappoint them. Tung Qingshan, who had been hiding his strength, decided to show some of his strength. Due to the snowstorm last night, the snow on the training field was knee-deep. However, after being trampled by thousands of people, the snow had already become thick. After sprinkling some plant ash on it, it was no longer slippery. Today was New Year's Eve, so Tongjia village was immersed in joy for the entire afternoon. Naturally, at this moment of celebration, everyone began to compete in archery, wrestling, and spear techniques. The sky was dark. Tung Qingshan and his sister, Tung Qingyu, were among the crowd, watching wrestling. Come on, Black Bear, don't be defeated by a little guy. Cousin. A clear voice came from Tung Qingyu's throat. Tung Qingshan looked at his sister in front of him and then looked at the two people wrestling inside the circle. These two people were Tung Qingshan's cousin, Tung Qinghu, and his cousin, Tung Qinghao. Tung Qinghao was the son of the spear master, Tung Qinghu, and he was already 18 years old. Cousin Tung Qinghu, on the other hand, would only be 12 years old after today. Tung Qinghu was nearly 7 chi, 75 meters, tall, while Tung Qinghao was 7 chi 6 yun, 9 meters, tall. At 18 years old, he was already an adult. At 12 years old, he could only be considered a teenager. Tung Qinghao had the nickname Black Bear because of his great strength. Among the clansmen of the same age as him, Tung Qinghao was ranked first. Hey! Tung Qinghu and Tung Qinghao grabbed each other with their arms, like two wild bulls wrestling. The veins on their foreheads bulged as they fiercely stared at each other. Among them, one was the future number 1 warrior of Tongjia village, while the other was the number 1 warrior of the younger generation. Chi! Tung Qinghao shook his arms. Get out! Tung Qinghu suddenly roared and actually used the momentum to wrap around his opponent's arms. At the same time, he tripped Tung Qinghao and gave him a fierce push. Tung Qinghao's entire body was pushed into the air and fell outside the circle. Damn it! Tung Qinghao got up and cursed. Qinghu, you brat. I know you have great strength and will surpass me one day. However, you have to give me some face. After today, you will only be 12 years old. You are so young, but you have already surpassed me. It seems that I won't have the chance to beat you in the future. Tung Qinghu laughed. At this moment, the voice of the chief, Tung Yunlong, came from afar. All clansmen, come here. Immediately, The clansmen who were wrestling and competing in archery all gathered at the center. Soon, more than 2,000 people were gathered together in 3 layers of inner and 3 layers of outer and inner areas. In the center of the empty circle, the chief, Tung Yunlong, said loudly, "In Tongjia village, the more people there are, the stronger each generation of men will be. Ha! Every hero in my clan was once a child. Everyone should know what to do now, right?" Everyone began to clamor. Qingshan, his father, Tung Yongfan, and his mother, Yuan Lan, looked at Tung Qingshan. Tung Yongfan said in a low voice, "You have grown up, and I have never asked anything of you. But today, you have to fight hard. Remember, a man's glory is earned with his own hands." "I know, father." Tung Qingshan nodded solemnly. He understood that in Tongjia village, even the position of the chief was inherited by the strongest person. Anyone who wanted to be respected had to rely on their own strength. "Now, all the 6-year-old boys, come to the center," Tung Yunlong said loudly. Although they were 6 years old, in reality, these children would only be 6 years old tomorrow. Since the annual sacrifice was today, the matter would naturally be settled on one day. "Father believes in you." Tung Yongfan smiled at Tung Qingshan. "Brother." Tung Qingyu, who was in her mother's embrace, stared at Tung Qingshan with her big eyes and raised her little fist. "You are the strongest." Tung Qingshan smiled and walked towards the center of the crowd. The clansmen consciously let the children walk towards the center. There were more than 2,000 people in Tongjia village, and there were 55 boys who were the same age as Tung Qingshan. These children all stood in the large circle in the center. Chief Tung Yunlong looked at the sky and saw that it was already dark. "Light the fire," Tung Yunlong said loudly. Immediately, the clansmen lit the torches around the training field, making the surroundings even brighter. "Children, listen carefully." Tung Yunlong looked at the 56 children and said, "One by one, walk over there. There are stones that weigh from 10 jin to 1,000 jin. You can lift as many jin as you can. If you can lift it above your head, you will have succeeded." First, Tung Qingling. Tung Yunlong held a name list in his hand. Immediately, the surroundings became silent. To the men of Tongjia village, the test at the age of 6 and the coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 16 were the 2 most important things in their growth period. The test at the age of 6 could already predict the children's future achievements. Everyone, especially the children's parents, looked at their sons nervously. Tung Qingling, lift 15 jin. Next, Tung Qingza. Tung Qingza, lift 10 jin. Next, Tung Hong. One by one, the children tried. Every time the children lifted a little heavier, the surroundings would be filled with praises, and the children's parents would be extremely happy. A 6-year-old child can usually lift 10 to 20 kilograms of weight, Wang Chong said. Tung Qingshan sighed. The physical quality of an ordinary person was indeed much stronger than that of the people in his previous world. To be able to lift 15 jin is already very powerful. When my father was 6 years old, he could lift 50 jin, which was already extremely powerful. As for cousin Qinghu, he could lift 60 jin. Tung Qingshan sighed inwardly. "Huh." A chubby boy with a round head lifted a 40 jin stone in one breath. Tung Qingjiang, haha, not bad. 40 jin, the best one right now. Chief Tung Yunlong said with a smile. TSK, Anyo's son is very powerful. It seems that he will be a good man in the future. Anyo, I didn't expect your son to be so strong. Immediately, the surroundings were filled with praises. The strong man called Anyo revealed a simple and honest smile. It was obvious that he was very happy. One by one, the children tried. Most of them could not lift more than 20 jin. That little fatty was temporarily the most outstanding one. Last year's batch of over 60 children, the strongest one lifted 45 jin. I don't know if this year's batch of children can surpass that. In the crowd of the clan, there were already whispers of discussion. Whether a child was outstanding or not was something that parents attached great importance to. Suddenly, Tung Qingshan, 25 jin. Next, Tung Qingshan. Tung Yunlong's voice suddenly became louder. After all, this was his grandson. Although Yuanlan was only his adopted daughter, Tung Yunlong's concern for his daughter and son-in-law's family was no less than his own son's. The surrounding 2,000 people who were watching were silent. Everyone stared at the child standing in the middle. The child was neither tall nor fat, a very ordinary child. Tung Qingshan. The reason why they were paying so much attention was because Tung Qingshan's father was the #1 man in the clan, Tung Yongfan. Like father, like son. The father was the #1 man, but what about the son? Tung Yongfan and Yuanlan held their breath. Even little Qingyu stared at her brother with her eyes wide open. How heavy should I lift? Tung Qingshan thought to himself as he walked towards those stones. After walking past 10 jin, 15 jin, and 20 jin stones, Tung Qingshan didn't stop and walked straight to the back. Qingshan, this brat. Many people's hearts were in their throats. He didn't even try and walked straight to the back. 30 jin, and he's still walking. Everyone became nervous. At first, they were just watching the show, but now they were nervous. Because the appearance of an extremely powerful clansman in a clan would benefit the entire clan. 70 jin, and he still hasn't stopped. He's still walking. Many of the clansmen present widened their eyes. Even the usually calm Chief Tung Yunlong was somewhat nervous. As for Tung Qingshan's father, Tung Yongfan, his face was flushed. It should be known that the higher the weight, the harder it was to lift it. When it reached the limit, even adding 1 or 2 jin would cause people to collapse. The first person in the history of our clan could only lift a stone weighing 80 jin at the age of 6. Tung Yunlong stared at Tung Qingshan. He still hasn't stopped lifting a stone weighing 80 jin? He's still walking? Is this brat really strong? Or is he just trying to fool us? Tung Yunlong's heart was in his throat. The atmosphere in the entire training field became very tense. Step by step, Tung Qingshan walked forward. Every step he took made everyone nervous. Suddenly, Tung Qingshan finally stopped in front of the stone dumbbell. This was a stone dumbbell that weighed 100 jin. The first person in the history of our Tang clan could only lift 80 jin at the age of 6. I'm trying to win some face for my father, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Let's make it 100 jin. Tung Qingshan looked at the stone dumbbell in front of him and thought to himself. Chapter 27. No one in the Tang clan dared to speak. In this tense atmosphere, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone stared at the seemingly ordinary child. Tung Qingshan, a 6-year-old child, wanted to lift a 100 jin weight? Was this even possible? Was he trying to show off? Or did he really have the strength? Qingshan, Tung Yongfan, and his mother, Yuanlan, also looked at their son nervously. Phew! Tung Qingshan took a deep breath and stared at the stone dumbbell in front of him. This was the stone dumbbell that the clansmen often used to practice. It weighed exactly 100 jin, so he brought it here for convenience during the test. Tung Qingshan stretched out his small hands and grabbed the 2 sides of the stone dumbbell. A child who was only as tall as a normal person's waist wanted to lift a 100 jin stone dumbbell. This scene was very strange. Tung Qingshan exhaled. He suddenly exerted strength in his arms, and his small and skinny arms instantly exploded with astonishing strength as he lifted the dumbbell. Phew! The 100 jin stone dumbbell was lifted in front of his chest in an instant. This, the Tang clan's clansmen, from the chief to the ordinary children, all widened their eyes and were extremely nervous. Could Tung Qingshan lift the dumbbell above his head? With a low groan, Tung Qingshan exerted strength again and lifted the dumbbell above his head in one breath. The entire martial arts field was silent. Everyone was looking at this scene. A young and tender child actually lifted a 100 jin stone lock above his head. Everyone's minds were a little dizzy and confused. After a long time, someone finally came to their senses. Good. A loud shout sounded. 100 jin. Qingshan is really powerful. Qingshan succeeded. Immediately, The surrounding area was filled with cheers. Every clansman was very excited. The history of the Tung clan had finally been rewritten. At the age of 6, he could lift a 100-gene stone dumbbell. It could be said that he had extraordinary strength. If he was like this at the age of 6, then what level would he reach when he grew up? Tung Qingshan's legs did not tremble in the slightest as he lifted the stone dumbbell. His arms were even more powerful. This is still not Qingshan's limit. Tung Yunlong and many others couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. At the limit, his arms and legs should be trembling involuntarily. Phew! The stone lock fell to the ground with a loud crash. Only then did Tung Qingshan retract his hands. He turned around with a smile and looked at his parents. "Brother Fan, your son is amazing. Lan, your Qingshan is really... He will definitely be more powerful than your man in the future." A group of men and women surrounded Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan. Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan were all smiles, their faces red with excitement. With a son like this, what more could he ask for? Tung Yongfan's eyes were filled with excitement and pride as he looked at Tung Qingshan, who was standing in the middle. "Ha! My good grandson, huh?" Tung Yunlong excitedly hugged Tung Qingshan and said, "I, Tung Yunlong, have such an amazing grandson in my later years. Ha ha! I can die without regrets. Ha!" Tung Yunlong was extremely excited. Possessing super strong martial strength would benefit the entire clan. Qingshan. Many familiar uncles and aunts surrounded Tung Qingshan and praised him while rubbing his little head lovingly. According to the rules, after the 6-year-old finished his test, it would be the coming-of-age ceremony that would attract even more attention. However, because of Tung Qingshan's sudden appearance, the coming-of-age ceremony in the evening was overshadowed. Tonight, Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan became the most dazzling people in the entire Tung clan. Almost everyone surrounded the couple because Tung Qingshan had already gone home with the excuse that he was too tired. In Tung Qingshan's house, "Brother, you are so powerful." His little sister Qingyu was in the living room, excitedly jumping up and down. "Brother, you lifted such a big stone in one breath." A stone that weighed 100 gene wasn't that big. Of course, for a 3-year-old girl, it was indeed a big stone. Seeing this, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but smile. "Showing a bit of my strength today seems to be a good thing." Tung Qingshan thought to himself. In his previous life, because he had experienced too much darkness, Tung Qingshan wouldn't easily reveal his strength. Even in the assassin organization Red, Tung Qingshan hid his strength. Because he hid his strength, he escaped death many times. And now, although Tung Qingshan was only 6 years old, he had been training hard for 3 years. However, from the age of 3 until now, after 3 years of bitter cultivation, especially the use of inner strength to strengthen the tendons and bones of his body at all costs, even though he was only 6 years old, in terms of tendons and bones, he was even stronger than his cousin Tung Qinghu when he was 9 years old. Tung Qinghu could lift 300 gene when he was 9 years old. Now, Tung Qingshan could easily lift 300 gene just by relying on his muscle strength. And this was under the condition that he didn't use his inner strength. After all, a child's inner strength was no different from an adult's inner strength. Once he used his inner strength, Tung Qingshan would explode with terrifying strength. Tung Qingshan's ears moved slightly. Then, he heard the courtyard door creak. Tung Yongfan and his wife, Yuan Lan, walked in. At this time, Tung Qingshan's face was flushed, and he was swaying as he walked. From afar, Tung Qingshan could smell the strong smell of alcohol. The alcohol content of the clan's wine is much lower than that of modern society. How much did father drink to be so drunk? In ancient society, wine-making techniques were far inferior to modern society. Many people wouldn't get drunk after drinking a jar of wine. As for Tung Yongfan, who had a great tolerance for alcohol, Tung Qingshan had never seen his father drunk in the past few years. "Haha, Qingshan's son come." When Tung Yongfan saw his son, he happily walked forward and hugged Tung Qingshan. "Son, your father is really happy today." Huh, I, Tung Yong Fan, also have such an amazing son. In the future, when your name spreads far and wide, people will know that you have a father named Tung Yong Fan. Huh? Tung Yong Fan's tongue didn't listen to him as he spoke. All right, Brother Fan, sit down and rest. Yuan Lan helped Tung Yong Fan sit down. Mother, how much did father drink today? Tung Ching Shan couldn't help but ask. Ching Shan, during this banquet, everyone in the clan came to toast your father. Your father was very happy today, so he didn't know how to control himself and kept drinking. Just as Yuan Lan finished speaking, Tung Yong Fan suddenly stood up and rushed to the courtyard in 2 to 3 large steps. He bent over and vomited in the corner of the courtyard. Tung Yong Fan drank so much that he vomited. There was a water jar in the corner of the courtyard. Tung Yong Fan grabbed a ladle and scooped up some cold water before pouring on his face. Phew, much better. Tung Yong Fan straightened his body. Don't drink like this in the future. Yuan Lan said with a hint of pity. Haha, it's just this once. My son is so amazing. As a father, I am also very proud. After Tung Yong Fan vomited and washed his face with cold water, he was clearly feeling much better. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yong Fan, open the door. A voice came from outside. Yes, master. Tung Yong Fan hastily walked over and opened the latch. He saw 5 or 6 people standing outside the courtyard, and the leader was the clan chief, Tung Yunlong. When Tung Yong Fan saw this, he hastily said, Master, uncle, please come in. With this, he led these people into the central room. There was a total of 6 people who came. Among these 6 people, other than Tung Yong Xiang and Tung Yong Lei, who were of the same generation as Tung Yong Fan, the other 4 were the elders of the clan, and all of them were very prestigious. Qingshan, come here quickly. Tung Yong Fan hastily said. Tung Qingshan walked over and shouted, Grandfather, first grandpa, third grandpa, first grandpa, first uncle. Because the Tung Qingshan clan had too many people. Although the elders who came today were all elders of Tung Qingshan, only third grandpa was Tung Qingshan's grandfather's blood brother. The other 2 first grandpas were both cousins of Tung Qingshan's grandfather. As for Tung Qingshan's grandfather, he died a long time ago in a battle with bandits. His grandmother also became seriously ill and passed away soon after. Qingshan. Tung Yunlong and the other elders looked at Tung Qingshan with shining eyes. He was the hope of the Tung clan. Tung Yunlong immediately turned to Tung Yongfan and said, Yongfan, I have discussed with your uncles. Qingshan's future is boundless. If we let him stay in our Tung Jia village, he will only be able to train his strength, and his future will be limited. Why don't we send Qingshan to the Gui Yuan sect for 500 taels of silver and see if Qingshan can cultivate inner strength? There were only 2 ways to join the Gui Yuan sect. The first way was for children under the age of 10. They could spend 500 taels of silver and stay in the Gui Yuan sect for a year. During this year, if they could cultivate inner strength, they would become a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect. If they couldn't, they would be kicked out. The second way was for adults to enter the Black Armored Corps. Go to the Gui Yuan sect. Tung Yongfan's last trace of drunkenness disappeared. Qingshan is only 6 years old. Yuan Lan, who was at the side, said reluctantly, Foster father, I can't bear to part with Qingshan. Humph. Tung Yunlong couldn't help but snort and said in a deep voice, A loving mother will spoil her son. Qingshan's future is boundless. With such a good aptitude, who will teach him? Who will teach him spear arts that our clan has developed? These useless tricks are a waste of Qingshan's talent. The clan didn't have the ability to send every child to the Gui Yuan sect. However, with Tung Qingshan's talent, they were willing to pay 500 taels of silver. After being reprimanded by Tung Yunlong, Yuan Lan didn't dare to say another word. Master, you are right. With our level, it is indeed a waste of Qingshan's talent. Tung Yongfan was the strongest man in the clan and had seen many big scenes. He nodded and said, However, Qingshan is only 6 years old. Are we in a hurry to send him to the Gui Yuan sect? isn't a requirement of the Gui Yuan sect for children under the age of 10. We can wait for another 2 years. A silver-haired old man with a small sarcoma on his forehead, who was standing beside Tung Yunlong, said in a deep voice, "Silly, young fan, haven't you heard that it is better to cultivate inner strength as early as possible?" After all, Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan were parents. How could they let their son leave so early? Tung Yongfan looked at his wife and gritted his teeth. He nodded and said, "All right then, let Qing Shan." "Grandfather, father," Tung Qing Shan suddenly said, "I don't want to go to the Gui Yuan sect." Chapter 28. In the central room, Tung Yunlong and the other adults all turned to look at Tung Qingshan. From beginning to end, they did not ask Tung Qingshan for his opinion. In their eyes, although Tung Qingshan was talented, he was only a 6-year-old child. How much could a 6-year-old child know about the future? How could a child make decisions like this? Qingshan, Tung Yunlong smiled kindly and said, "The Gui Yuan sect is the #1 sect in Yangzhou's Jiangning County. When you go there, you will be able to obtain a secret technique and cultivate inner strength. When you cultivate inner strength, you will be one of the best men in East City." "I don't want to go." Tung Qingshan shook his head firmly. He didn't have a good excuse for the time being. After all, he was only a 6-year-old child. "Master, I think we should wait for another 2 years." Tung Yongfan was still reluctant to part with his son. Yongfan, you have to think about Qingshan's future." Tung Yunlong's face darkened. The silver-haired old man with a sarcoma on his forehead had a gloomy expression as he scolded. "Yongfan, your son's future is boundless. Don't ruin your son's future." This third grandpa was famous for being strict in Tongjia village. Ordinary children would be too scared to speak when they saw him. "I don't want brother to go." Little Qingyu cried out and actually started crying. "Qingyu, don't cry." Yuan Lan immediately hugged her daughter. "Little you be good. Don't cry. Brother won't go." Tung Qingshan touched his sister's smiling face and then turned to look at the adults. "Grandfather, why must I go to the Gui Yuan sect?" "I don't want to go." Tung Qingshan had no other choice. At this time, he could only rely on his identity as a child and throw a tantrum. "Qingshan, stop it." Tung Yunlong scolded. "Qingshan, what does a child like you know? Listen to me." The third grandpa also scolded. Tung Qingshan didn't want to go. Even if there was a method to cultivate inner strength, he didn't dare to cultivate it. This was because the cultivation method of inner strength was actually to open up the meridians and let the inner strength circulate in the body, strengthening the inner strength. Tung Qingshan had some understanding of this from the Millennium Chronicle, and he also knew the secret manual of crossing worlds. However, many of his meridians had yet to be opened. If he were to forcefully open his meridians according to the secret inner strength technique, it would only cause the other meridians to accumulate impurities, making it harder to open. Then, his advantage as a cultivator of the internal martial arts would vanish. Therefore, Tung Qingshan would not practice the so-called secret technique before he could open all the meridians in his body while practicing the internal martial arts. After all, the cultivators of the internal martial arts had an advantage in opening up the meridians. Although the speed of improvement in the early stages was not fast, in the later stages, all the meridians in the body could be opened up. Cultivating the secret manual now would be harming him. However, these words, Tung Qingshan simply could not say. "I won't go." Tung Qingshan shook his head. The third grandpa's face darkened, and he shouted, "Presumptuous! What does a child like you know? Remember, listen to the adults. We're doing this for your own good." "Qingshan." Tung Yunlong's face also darkened. "Even if you send me there, I won't practice the secret manual in front of me." Tung Qingshan said, "At that time, when 1 year is up, the Gui Yuan sect will kick me out again." The third grandpa pointed at Tung Qingshan and wanted to scold him, but he didn't know what to say. Indeed, if they sent Tung Qingshan there, if Tung Qingshan did not practice the secret manual, then they really couldn't do anything. "Qingshan, You are too reckless. Tung Yunlong's anger surged. As the patriarch, his prestige could not be violated. He shouted, I watched you grow up, and you have always been obedient. How can you be so reckless this time? Be obedient, and when you grow up, you will understand grandfather's painstaking efforts. Tung Qingshan shook his head slightly, but he didn't say anything. A silent protest. The group of adults in the central room suddenly didn't know what to do. Tung Qingshan had always been obedient, and this was well known. Why was he so stubborn today? The more obedient a child was, the harder it was to persuade him when he was really stubborn. If he is not obedient, Yongxiang, Yonglei, you two take Qingshan out and lock him in the woodshed, Tung Yunlong ordered. Tung Yongxiang and Tung Yonglei were startled. Master, Tung Yongfan couldn't help but say anxiously. Didn't you hear what I said? Tung Yunlong's eyes widened. Tung Yongxiang and Tung Yonglei could only choose to accept and looked at Tung Qingshan. I will go myself. Tung Qingshan didn't say anything else and strode towards the door. Tung Qingshan didn't need to be escorted, so he took the initiative to walk towards the woodshed beside the courtyard. This was out of everyone's expectations. Godfather, Yuan Lan was anxious. Master, Tung Yongfan also looked at Chief Tung Yunlong. Tung Yunlong sighed. I really don't know what is wrong with this child Qingshan. He has always been obedient, but today he is so stubborn. However, he is just a child. If we lock him up for a few days, he will change his mind. Lan Yongfan, you two can't let Qingshan out. Of course, 3 meals a day must still be prepared. Yes, Godfather, Master. Tung Yongfan and Tung Yongfan agreed helplessly. Even an adult wouldn't be able to stand being locked up in a small, dark place in the woodshed for a few days. A 6-year-old child wouldn't be able to stand it after a few days. Let him out when he admits defeat, Tung Yunlong said. At this point, Tung Yunlong had no other way. Tung Yunlong had no other way to deal with a 6-year-old child, especially his grandson. Use torture? He couldn't bear to. Persuade? It was useless. Locking up Tung Qingshan was the only way for now. Normally, children loved to play and couldn't bear to be restrained. Although Tung Yunlong and the others thought highly of this gifted child, they only thought that Tung Qingshan would be able to hold on for 2 to 3 days. However, they didn't expect that Tung Qingshan, a 6-year-old child, would be locked up in the woodshed for a whole 6 days without crying out. Tung Qingshan stayed in the woodshed calmly. Every time he was asked if he changed his mind, Tung Qingshan would say the same thing. I don't want to leave Tungjia village. Tung Yunlong was anxious. Was he going to be locked up like this? If he was locked up for a long time, it might affect the child's temperament. In his heart, Tung Yunlong loved this grandson of his very much. This time, he allowed his grandson to go to the Gui Yuan sect because he was thinking about his grandson's future. Inside the woodshed, in a narrow space, Tung Qingshan practiced the 3 postures over and over again. The 3 postures were known as the origin of Xing Yi. Although Tung Qingshan had already reached the Grandmaster realm, he still felt that the 3 postures were unfathomable and often gained some insights. Being locked up in the woodshed, Tung Qingshan didn't have a trace of impatience. On the contrary, he could practice to his heart's content. As an assassin in his previous life, what kind of torture hadn't he suffered? Being locked up? To Tung Qingshan, it wasn't a punishment at all. Tung Qingshan's ears moved slightly. He immediately stopped practicing and sat down to lean against the wood beside him. Every time someone came near, Tung Qingshan would stop practicing. Qingshan, a voice sounded. Third Grandpa. Tung Qingshan opened his mouth because he was worried that Tung Yongfan and his wife would secretly let Tung Qingshan out. Therefore, this third grandpa personally guarded Tung Qingshan. Qingshan, third grandpa is telling you that staying in Tungjia village is a waste of your talent. You are a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. At this crucial moment, you can't throw a tantrum. Originally, the third grandpa was very cold, but when he became angry, Tung Qingshan didn't say a word and ignored him. After a long time, the third grandpa could only persuade him with kind words. After all, if he persuaded him with kind words, Tung Qingshan would still talk to him. Qingshan, are you still not willing to go? The third grandpa asked. Third grandpa, I said that I don't want to leave Tung Jia village. At least, I don't want now. Not to mention 6 days. Even if you lock me up for 6 months, I still wouldn't change my mind. Tung Qingshan's voice was calm, but the words he said were very firm and without hesitation. Outside the woodshed, the third grandpa was also helpless. A 6-year-old child was able to be locked up for 6 days without a trace of impatience. With this kind of temperament, if he went to Gui Yuan sect in the future, he would definitely have great achievements. Creak. The door of the woodshed opened. What's wrong? Tung Qingshan turned his head to look in surprise. Outside the woodshed, the third grandpa looked at Tung Qingshan and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He revealed a helpless smile and said, All right, little Qingshan, third grandpa admits that you are powerful. Your grandfather and I admit our defeat. From now on, we won't force you to go. When you want to go, we'll send you there. No matter what, Tung Yunlong and the others loved Tung Qingshan very much, so they couldn't lock him up forever. 6 days was the deadline that Tung Yunlong and the others had discussed. If Tung Qingshan still wasn't willing to give in after 6 days, they could only admit defeat. Third grandpa. Seeing the trace of exhaustion on the third grandpa's face, Tung Qingshan felt a trace of guilt in his heart. He knew that these elders in the clan also hoped that he would have great achievements, which was why they were like this. However, he couldn't tell them the reason. He had won this confrontation. However, Tung Qingshan could feel the care and concern these elders had for him. Third grandpa, don't worry. Even if I stay in Tangjia village, I won't let you down. Tung Qingshan said. Huh, you've been locked up for 6 days, but you're still calm. You're only 6 years old this year. Haha. I, your third grandfather, have never seen a child like you in my entire life. I, your third grandfather, cannot be sure of your future achievements. At this moment, the third grandfather could only accept the result of Tung Qingshan staying in Tangjia village. After a while, Tung Yunlong and many others gathered in the courtyard. Tung Yunlong looked at his grandson and smiled helplessly. He then looked at Tung Yongfan and said, Yongfan, don't think that your son is usually obedient. When he's stubborn, I can't do anything to him. This child is too disobedient. He doesn't understand master's kindness. Tung Yongfan could only comfort Chief Tung Yunlong at this time. Qingshan. Tung Yunlong turned to look at Tung Qingshan and said, Tell me, what do you want to learn? As long as you want to learn it, your grandfather will think of a way to find a good master to teach you. I want to learn the spear. Tung Qingshan said what he had planned for a long time. Spear? Tung Yunlong frowned and said, Qingshan, many people in our clan practice the spear, but this is only a farmer's skill. It's the accumulated experience of generations. Moreover, the spear is the most difficult weapon to practice. Without 10 years of hard work, it's impossible to use the spear. If you want to have great achievements in the spear, you need to immerse yourself in it for a lifetime. Within the borders of each city, I haven't heard of anyone who is a true expert in using the spear. It's very difficult to find a good spear master for you. You should change your weapon. I'll practice the spear. Tung Qingshan said. P.S. Haha, Tung Qingshan's future weapon has been decided. Actually, when Tomato watched Jet Li's 5 Shaolin ancestors, he held a long spear in his hand. It was very handsome and delightful. Chapter 29. Tung Yongfan was slightly annoyed as he said, The spear is the most difficult weapon to practice. Qingshan, why are you so stubborn? Father, grandfather. Tung Qingshan smiled and said, Actually, when I saw my uncles practicing the spear in a martial arts field since I was young, I was quite envious. Therefore, when my parents weren't home, I would use a wooden stick as a spear and play with it for 2 to 3 years. I really like using the spear, and my current spear art shouldn't be any worse than my uncle's. Seeing Tung Qingshan's expression, everyone in the house laughed. How could a child's words be taken seriously? Ha! Qingshan, A child shouldn't learn how to brag. Tung Yongxiang smiled and said, which one of your uncles hasn't practiced the spear for more than 10 years? Their foundations are very solid. How can a child like you compare to them? Although the men of Tongjia village weren't considered experts in spear art, each of them had practiced for more than 10 to 20 years, so they couldn't be underestimated. Tung Yongfan, who was at the side, laughed and said, so that's how it is. No wonder your mother said that you often stay at home alone and lock the courtyard door. It turns out that you are practicing your spear art. You were afraid that we would see it and make fun of you, so you didn't tell us. Children love to play, but Tung Qingshan often stayed at home. This had already attracted the attention of Tung Yongfan and Yuan Lan. However, they didn't say much. If you don't believe me, you can see my spear art, Tung Qingshan said. He had no other way to get the elders to agree to let him learn spear art. This was the only way. Actually, at home, he had been practicing Xing Yi martial arts and had never practiced spear art. Okay, let's see how powerful Qingshan is. Tung Yunlong laughed and said, let's go to the armory. The group of people then left Tung Qingshan's residence. The armory was a tall and spacious house made of pure bluestone. The room was nearly 2 zhang high, 4 zhang wide, and 10 zhang long. Chief, the door of the armory was guarded by the clansmen. Open the door, Tung Yunlong ordered. The 2 tall iron doors suddenly opened. Tung Yunlong smiled at Tung Qingshan and said, little Qingshan, let's go and choose a spear that you like. I want to see how powerful you are. As he spoke, Tung Yunlong and a large group of people, including Tung Qingshan, entered the armory. Wow! Little Qingyu, who was in Yuan Lan's arms, looked around in shock. The floor of the armory was paved with blue stone, and weapons hung on the walls. Heavy axes, 9-section maces, thick-backed machetes, giant shields, bows, and arrows. But most of them were long sticks of different lengths, made of wood or iron, were placed against the wall. The strange thing was not a single spear. In the depths of the armory, there were many large iron boxes. Each iron box was only 4 feet long and wide. It was impossible for a spear to be placed inside. Where's the gun? Tung Qingshan looked at his grandfather, Tung Yunlong, in confusion. Aren't those? Tung Yunlong pointed at the various long sticks placed against the wall and laughed. Qingshan, these are all spear shafts, and the spearheads are carefully kept in the iron boxes. Go and choose a spear shaft, and I will find a suitable spearhead for you. Tung Qingshan suddenly understood. Qingshan is too small. These spear shafts are too long. Tung Yongfan frowned. A 6-year-old child playing with a spear? The clan didn't have such a short spear. Qingshan, you are weak now. It's best to choose a spear made of softwood. Tung Yongfan said, among the wooden spears, the spear shafts made of softwood are the lightest. Including the spearhead, it's only 5 to 6 jin. With your strength, you can also play with it. Qingshan, why did you choose that one? It's made of green nanmu, the heaviest kind. You won't be able to play with it. The wooden spear shafts in Tongjia village's armory were mainly divided into 3 types: green nanmu, white ash, and softwood. These 3 types were suitable for making spear shafts. Among them, softwood was the lightest, white ash was the second, and green nanmu was the heaviest. Of course, green nanmu was also the best type. It was extremely tough and elastic, and the spear shaft could hide its strength. A good green nanmu spear shaft was generally more than 50 years old. Fortunately, Tongjia village was close to the mountains, so that they could find such good materials. I'll take this one. Tung Qingshan held the green Jinan spear and said, Grandfather, help me find the spearhead. This spear and the spearhead. It's at least 15 to 16 jin. Tung Yunlong said worriedly, I'm afraid you don't have enough strength to play with a spear that weighs 15 to 16 jin. From Tung Yunlong's point of view, although his grandson had the strength of 100 jin, it would still be difficult for him to use a spear that weighed 15 to 16 jin. Grandfather, help me find the spearhead. Tung Qingshan didn't say much. All right, I'll let you try, and you'll give up. Tung Yunlong stepped forward and looked at the markings on the spear shaft in Tung Qingshan's hand. He then opened a big iron box, rummaged through it for a while, and took out a spearhead. At a glance, Tung Qingshan saw that the spearhead was flat and shaped like a buckwheat. It had a high spine, a thin blade, and a sharp head. There was a blood groove on the spine of the spearhead. If it pierced into a human body, it would probably leave a bloody hole. Below the spearhead, there was a red tassel. Tung Qingshan secretly nodded. This flat spearhead can be used to stab, chop, and slash. The blood groove can also prevent the spearhead from being sucked in by the muscles after it pierces into a human body, so there won't be a situation where the spearhead can't be pulled out. The red tassel can also prevent the enemy's blood from staining the spear shaft. It's anti-slippery. With a glance, Tung Qingshan could tell that this spearhead was made with very high craftsmanship. "Let me help you connect it," Tung Yunlong said, and inserted the green Namu spear shaft and spearhead together. He even knocked it on the ground a few times. Then, he took out a nail from the side and used an iron hammer to insert the nail. "Done." Tung Yunlong smiled and handed over the spear. This green Namu spear weighs 15 jin and is about 7 chi long. "Qingshan, can you use it?" Compared to the child's height, the nearly 7 chi long spear was indeed a bit long. "Just watch." Tung Qingshan actually had no other choice. This spear was a bit long for him, but no matter how short a spear was, it was still made of cork. Tung Qingshan was too lazy to use such a weak spear shaft. With Tung Qingshan's true strength, if he used all his strength, perhaps even Tung Qingshan could break the cork shaft. "Everyone step back," Tung Qingshan said. Immediately, a large group of people stepped aside. However, these elders in the clan all had a trace of a smile on their faces. Obviously, they were all watching this little guy being defeated. "Who?" Tung Qingshan swung his hand and actually grabbed the handle of the spear shaft with one hand. The entire spear was held horizontally. "Good arm strength." Tung Yunlong and the group of people stared. To hold a 15 jin spear by just holding the handle at the end and make the spear shaft not droop, this required extremely strong arm strength. This kid hid his strength during the yearly sacrifice. Tung Yunlong and the others secretly said, holding the spear shaft with one hand. Tung Qingshan felt the strength of this spear. After feeling it for a moment, he secretly nodded. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the center of the spear shaft. His right hand shook and his left hand hung in the air. In an instant, this green Jinmu spear seemed to have a spiritual nature and turned into a poisonous snake that danced in all directions. Tung Qingshan turned around and his hand slid down. The green Jinmu spear easily drew a circle and then fiercely chopped down. "Ha!" The spear hit the bluestone ground. Tung Qingshan's eyes were sharp. He shook the spear shaft with one hand, and the spear pierced forward like lightning. It even produced the sound of the wind piercing through the air. "Grandfather, father, third grandfather. Look, what do you think?" Tung Qingshan turned his head and looked at the group of people. Tung Yunlong, Tung Yongxiang, and the group of people were speechless. Their eyes were filled with shock. When Tung Qingshan used the spear just now, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. It looked simple, but Tung Yunlong, Tung Yongxiang, and Teng Yongfan, which one of them was not an expert? Which one of them did not spend dozens of years on the spear? They could clearly see that Tung Qingshan's spear technique was extraordinary. Just by sliding his hands, Tung Qingshan's height was no longer a limitation for him to use the green Jinmu spear. Just this slide, without a few years of hard work, could not be used properly. Whether it was the slash of the spear or the last stab, they were extremely sharp. "Genius," Tung Yunlong murmured. "Heavens!" Tung Yongxiang was also completely shocked. This strength could be innate, but this spear technique needed time to be honed. As the saying goes, a month with a staff, a year with a knife, a lifetime with a spear. To use a great spear well, just the basic skills alone required a few years of hard work. Otherwise, it would just be an empty shell. Tung Qingshan's moves were simple, but there was real skill in them. Everyone present could see it clearly. "Qingshan, my grandson, you are a genius." Tung Yunlong's eyes lit up as he stared at Tung Qingshan. How did you practice this spear technique? When I was at home, I just used a wooden stick and casually played with it. Then I secretly learned the spear technique of the uncles in the martial arts field. Tung Qingshan had already prepared an excuse. Although the spear technique he displayed just now was powerful, it was only at the same level as those uncles. Secretly learn? There's really such a genius in this world. Tung Yongfan could not help but exclaim. Although the spear technique that Tung Qingshan displayed was still lacking compared to Tung Yongfan and Tung Yongxiang, but compared to the uncles in the clan, there was not much difference. Grandfather, father, you agree for me to practice the spear, right? Tung Qingshan said. Of course I agree. Qingshan, you were born to use the spear. Tung Yunlong hastily said. For a 6-year-old child to have such spear technique, this kind of person was definitely born to use the spear. Tung Qingshan smiled. Actually, practicing the spear technique was the basic skill of Xing Yi martial arts. Xing Yi martial arts was originally a spear fist. Whether it was the bursting fist, drilling fist, blast fist, horizontal fist, or slashing fist, all of them contained the intent of the spear. Practicing the spear to understand the 5-element fist was taught by his master Tung Bo, Lei, in his previous life. Although Tung Qingshan did not spend a lot of time on the spear technique in his previous life, he was still a Xing Yi martial arts grandmaster. Once his realm reached a certain level, his spear technique would also improve. Of course, today, Tung Qingshan only displayed a little bit of his basic skills. But the little he displayed already made the elders in the clan exclaim that he was a genius. Chapter 30. Qingshan, from today onwards, you will learn the spear from your uncle Yongxiang, Tung Yunlong said. Although Tung Qingshan's spear art wasn't very good, his real spear art had already surpassed his uncle's. Of course, he didn't want to waste time, so he smiled and asked, Uncle, do you have any new moves? Can you teach me? This. Tung Yongxiang was embarrassed and speechless. Tung Jia village's spear art was only the moves of the farmers. How could there be any new moves? However, the same move could be performed by different people, and the power would differ greatly. However, this required experience, and it couldn't be taught. Looking at Tung Qingshan's previous practice, he already had a good foundation. There was nothing for them to teach him. Our Tung Jia village's spear art only has one set, but that set is worth our lifetime, Tung Yongxiang said. I already know the basics and some general knowledge. I will study it myself, Tung Qingshan said. Tung Yunlong, Tung Yongxiang, and the others looked at each other and were speechless. With their level, there was nothing for them to teach Tung Qingshan. From tomorrow onwards, will you practice with the men in the village? Tung Yongxiang asked. I'm just a kid. It's better for me to practice alone in the forest on the west side. Tung Qingshan already had a plan. Tung Jia village was built at the foot of the Great Yin Mountain. Because it was close to the mountain, every time there was a storm or strong wind, rocks would occasionally roll down from the mountain. For safety reasons, Tung Jia village had built rows of large trees on the west side of the mountain. After thousands of years of reproduction, that side had become a dense forest. Even if there were rocks, they would be easily blocked by the rows of big trees. At this moment, there was a child wearing a blue cotton jacket in the forest. He held a green spear in his hand. Tung Qingshan stood casually with his right hand stretched out. Phew! The 5 fingers of his right hand grasped the end of the long spear handle and held the long spear flat. Tung Qingshan closed his eyes and stood motionless. What is Qingshan doing? Not far away, Tung Yongfan and Tung Yongxiang were quietly watching. Tung Yongxiang whispered, Yongfan, your son is just holding the great spear motionlessly. What kind of spear training method was this? Why can't I understand it? I don't know either. Tung Yongfan shook his head. Holding the long spear like this will consume a lot of energy. Even if Qingshan has the strength, he will probably be able to hold on for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea at most. Tung Yongxiang judged. Having spent half of his life on spear arts, Tung Yongxiang naturally had the right to speak. An hour later, Tung Qingshan remained motionless. 2 hours later, Tung Qingshan remained motionless. How is this possible? Tung Yongxiang and Tung Qingshan, who had finished their morning exercise, were surprised to find that Tung Qingshan was still motionless. Come, let's go over, Tung Yongfan said. Tung Qingshan closed his eyes and stood there quietly. However, the strange thing was his muscles and bones actually emitted extremely soft sounds. Suddenly, Tung Qingshan's ears twitched, and he withdrew the long spear. He turned his head to look at the two people and said with a smile, "Father, uncle, why are you here?" "Qingshan, what are you practicing now?" Tung Yongfan asked doubtfully. "What's the use of holding the long spear like this?" Tung Yongxiang also didn't understand. "You should be practicing thrusting spears." Tung Qingshan hesitated slightly. "Should I say it or not? If I say it, father and uncle will probably be shocked." "Forget it. I'll take the risk and give them a little reminder." Tung Qingshan said in a childish tone, "Father, uncle, I have always been training like this. I think, no matter what weapon it is still an extension of the fists and feet. If I can practice to the point where the long spear is a part of my body, then I will be powerful." His childish words stunned the two of them. Part of the body? Tung Yongxiang and Tung Yongfan were both stunned. This, Tung Yongxiang suddenly exclaimed, "Yongfan, I have heard of the realm of one with the spear." Qingshan said that the long spear is a part of the body. Is it the one with the spear? Tung Yongfan's eyes also lit up. The Tung Jia village's clansmen had also heard of the one with the spear, but no one knew how to reach that stage. After all, a spear was a spear, and a person was a person. How could one become one? "Qingshan, how can a long spear be a part of the body?" Tung Yongxiang asked. Tung Yongfan also looked at his son. Tung Qingshan smiled proudly. "This is a method I thought of. Hold the spear shaft and feel the power of the spear shaft. When I practice to the point where even a fly falls on the spear shaft, I will be able to clearly feel it." Actually, this method was one of the 3 major internal martial arts in his previous life. Tai Chi Fist's Big Spear Stake. Big Spear Stake was very simple. It was the listening skill. When one practiced to the point where even a strand of hair touched the spear, they would be able to clearly feel it. When one's listening skill reached this level, the spear would be no different from one's own limbs. When one reached this level on the battlefield and collided with the opponent's weapon, the moment one touched it, one would be able to easily follow the opponent's strength and easily slip into the opponent's body like a poisonous snake, leaving a hole in the opponent's body. When true experts fought, they always killed the enemy with one move. From now on, spear arts would be the foundation of his survival. Of course, he had to build a good foundation. He definitely had to carefully study this big spear stake. Actually, there were 2 reasons why he chose the long spear as his weapon. First, in a cold weapon fight, an inch longer was an inch stronger. Long weapons had an advantage. When 2 people fought, if my long spear stabbed you, your saber probably wouldn't be able to reach me. However, the longer the weapon, the more difficult it was to use it. Second, Xingyi martial arts was originally a spear fist. In terms of spear arts, Tung Qingshan had already achieved a lot. Hold a spear and feel the power of the spear shaft. Tung Yongfan and Tung Yongxiang looked at each other. They were a little doubtful, but they didn't say much. After saying a few words, they left. Tung Qingshan smiled. The big spear stake was recognized as the best way to practice the spear in internal martial arts. Weapons are always the extension of fists and feet. To practice a weapon to the extreme, one must first practice the fists and feet to an extremely high level. Otherwise, how can one talk about using a weapon? My Xingyi martial arts has already reached the Grandmaster realm. It's just right for me to practice the spear. Tung Qingshan smiled and held the spear again. Holding the spear with one hand, his body once again emitted an extremely light, low sound. This was the sound produced by the muscles and bones. Moon staff, year saber, lifetime spear. The spear art is the most complicated. Although my fist art has reached the Grandmaster realm, My spear art is far from it. The Xing E5 elemental fist and the spear art are interlinked. From today onwards, I will use the Xing E5 elemental fist to evolve the Xing E5 elemental spear. Although he had such a plan in mind, Tang Qingshan understood that to evolve the 5 elemental fist into the 5 elemental spear was not something that could be accomplished in 3 to 5 years. Many people spent their entire lives practicing the spear art, but still couldn't be considered a spear expert. One could imagine how difficult it was to practice the spear art. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed. On the training field, brother is practicing the spear in the forest. Why hasn't he come back yet? It's almost time for lunch. A little girl with a red face asked her mother, Yuan, your brother practices the spear all day long. It's like he's possessed. It's useless to talk to him. Yuan had a smile on her face. As a mother, she was naturally proud of her son for being so hardworking. Moreover, in these 3 years, Tang Qingshan's reputation in the Tengjia village had become more and more famous, and many things had become more and more ridiculous. For example, learning to read. The heroes in the village had to start learning to read at the age of 6. At the very least, they had to learn the 3,000 basic words. Other children had to learn for a few years, but Tang Qingshan only needed a month to learn. Another example was practicing the spear. Tang Qingshan created the carrying the big spear, which was actually a big pile spear. The elites in the village, such as Tang Yongxiang, Tang Yongfan, and other men who had good attainments in the spear art, discovered that their spear art had made great progress after practicing the carrying the big spear for a few months. The spear seemed to have a mind of its own. Another example was strength. Tang Qingshan had great strength since he was young. During the yearly sacrifice that had just passed, the 9-year-old Tang Qingshan had actually lifted a 600-gene boulder in one breath. This caused people to be dumbstruck. After all, the other genius, Tang Qinghu, could only lift 300 gene when he was 9 years old. When the people of the outer village mentioned Tang Qingshan, they would also exclaim that he had infinite strength. There were many legends about Tang Qingshan. In short, in the Tengjia village, Tang Qingshan was a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. In the forest, a plain-clothed youth held a green Jinan spear and raised his head to look at the withered leaves on the big tree. With lightning speed, he kicked 3 times on the tree trunks of the 3 surrounding trees. Buzz! The big tree suddenly trembled, and a large number of leaves fell from the sky. When the first leaf fell 3 inches away from the top of his head, the green Jinan spear in Tang Qingshan's hand moved. Swoosh! The entire spear instantly transformed into thousands of arrows. One after another, the spear's shadow streaked across the sky. The top of Tang Qingshan's head was completely covered by the spear's shadow. In just a moment, all the leaves fell to the ground. If someone had observed carefully, they would have discovered that each leaf had been pierced with a small hole. Bursting fist like an arrow. The bursting fist of Xing E5 element boxing evolved into the pursuing shadow spear art. Unexpectedly, it took until today to complete the great accomplishment. He casually glanced at a big tree at the side. With a shake of the long spear pierced out like lightning. Pooh! A caterpillar on the trunk of the big tree was stabbed to death, but the bark of the big tree did not have the slightest scar. Obviously, the moment Tang Qingshan stabbed the caterpillar to death, the long spear stopped and did not even touch the bark. If his father, Tang Yongfan, and the others saw this kind of precise control, they would probably be stunned. In their opinion, this kind of spear art had already reached an unimaginable level. However, in the eyes of Tang Qingshan, this was nothing. The internal martial arts seniors said that practicing the spear requires a lifetime. It is indeed true. This spear art is indeed very difficult. The so-called one with the spear is only the foundation of a spear master. The 5 elements fist of Xing E martial arts evolved into the 5 element spear art. Up until now, I have only evolved the bursting fist into the pursuing shadow spear art and the horizontal fist into the transmutation unity law spear art. The horizontal fist, with the earth attribute, was the only defensive fist art in the 5-element boxing. The transmutation unity law spear art was also a defensive spear art. Tung Qingshan's spear art did not have fixed moves, only concepts. Whether it was Taiji fist, Xingyi martial art, or Bagua Zhang, when they reached the peak, they all focused on concepts. When the concepts were right, every punch would have great power. And this spear art was the same. The concept contained in the pursuing shadow spear technique was the concept of collapsing fist. It was extremely difficult to transfer the concept of the fist art into the spear art. Tung Qingshan spent 3 years and only succeeded in 2 moves. It could be said that, after 3 years, Tung Qingshan only managed to practice these 2 moves. This was because he was a grandmaster of Xingyi martial art. An inch longer is an inch stronger. The same concept, when used with a spear, is much more powerful. Tung Qingshan thought to himself, these 2 moves, one is for defense, and the other is for attack. Since I have just mastered the spear art, it is time to test it out. Then, Tung Qingshan turned his head and walked home. At this time, it was time for lunch. P.S. How powerful would a grandmaster of Xingyi martial art be if he practiced the spear art? Kaka, take your time and watch. All right, don't forget to recommend him. Chapter 31. Father, Mother. Tung Qingshan strode into the courtyard. In the living room, his father, Tung Yongfan, smiled and said, Qingshan, we're waiting for you. Actually, 6 to 8 hours of spear practice every day is enough. At this moment, Tung Qingshan, Yuan Lan, and Tung Qingyu were sitting around the wooden table. Tung Qingshan put down his spear against the wall and sat down to eat. I know. Tung Qingshan ate 2 mouthfuls and raised his head, saying, Father, Mother, I want to join the hunting squad. Hunting squad? Yuan Lan looked at her husband, Tung Yongfan, hesitantly. Tung Yongfan frowned and said, Qingshan, you're only 9 years old and you want to join the hunting squad. The hunting squad was made up of the bravest men in the village. Led by Tung Yonglei, they often entered the Great Yin Mountain to kill animals so that every family in Tongjia village would have meat to eat. Moreover, the furs of wild beasts could be sold for money. My strength should be among the top 10 in the village. Tung Qingshan said with a smile. Speaking of this, Tung Yongfan couldn't help but smile. During the 9-year ceremony, Tung Qingshan lifted a 600-gene boulder. Obviously, that wasn't Tung Qingshan's limit. In terms of strength, Tung Qingshan could indeed be among the top 10 in Tongjia village. Ha! You're talented, so you should train yourself. Living in this cruel world, Tung Yongfan was open-minded and said with a smile, From tomorrow onwards, you will join the hunting squad. I'll talk to your grandfather in the afternoon. Tomorrow morning, you will go to the training field and meet up with the hunting squad. Thank you, Father. Tung Qingshan was overjoyed. Yuan Lan, who was at the side, couldn't help but glare at Tung Yongfan as if she was angry that Tung Yongfan had agreed to her son's request. Brother, can you bring me a little wild rabbit? Qingyu's pair of big, pure eyes stared at Tung Qingshan. No problem, Tung Qingshan said with a smile. Brother treats me the best. Qingyu giggled. Qingshan, Tung Yongfan suddenly said, I see that you often carry a few flying daggers with you. Do you often practice flying daggers in the forest in the west? It's just a casual practice. Tung Qingshan smiled. His father was a blacksmith, so it was very easy for him to go to the blacksmith shop to get 10 flying knives. In his previous life, he had spent a lot of time and effort on flying knives. Now, he only played with flying knives when he was taking a break from practicing his spear to maintain the feeling. After all, the flying dagger could be used as a long-range attack, and it could be used together with a spear. I'm just reminding you that if you want to practice something, you need to focus, Tung Yongfan said casually. The next morning, the sky was just starting to brighten. Tung Qingyu was still sleeping soundly, while Tung Yongfan, Yuan Lan, and Tung Qingshan were already in their own courtyard. Ching Shan, although you are talented, and your spear technique is not bad, but you are not a match for me. However, there are many ferocious beasts and poisonous snakes on the Great Yin Mountain. You must be careful. When you are really fighting with ferocious beasts, you must not be timid. Tung Yongfan solemnly advised. He was very clear that many people had great strength and spear technique, but when they encountered a life-and-death battle, they would be so scared that their legs would go soft at the sight of blood. How could they fight? If they were so scared that their legs went soft, they wouldn't be able to display their strength. Qing Shan, Mother Yuanlan also advised, don't show off. Stay with the other clansmen. Come, put on this animal skin coat. He wore a pair of leather boots and an animal skin coat. This animal skin coat was peeled from some thick-skinned wild beasts and processed to make it. Wearing this animal skin coat was equivalent to wearing a simple armor. It had a protective effect. Don't worry, father, mother. I'll leave first. Tung Qingshan held a green spear and strode out of the courtyard. On the training field, because it was still very early and the sky was just starting to brighten, there were not many people on the training field. However, the members of the hunting squad had already begun to gather. Many people were laughing and talking loudly. Each of them were very forthright and at ease. Our Tung Jia village's future #1 hero is here. Just as Tung Qingshan entered the training field, he heard voices from afar. He couldn't help but laugh and walk over. Qingshan, Tung Yonglei walked over with large strides and laughed loudly. He heavily patted Tung Qingshan's shoulder and said, "Good boy, joining the hunting squad at the age of 9. In the history of our Tung Jia village, you are the first. I joined at the age of 13. Qingshan is really powerful. A sturdy young man, who was more than 7 feet tall and also wore an animal skin coat, said with a smile. Cousin, Tung Qingshan greeted with a smile. That person was Tung Qinghu. There were other clansmen training hard on the training field. Those clansmen looked at the members of the hunting squad with a trace of envy in their eyes. To be able to become a member of the hunting squad, they were definitely heroes with a bit of fame in the clan. Every one of them had strength that could not be underestimated. The hunting squad, including Tung Qingshan, who had just joined today, had a total of 32 people. Okay, everyone is here. Let's go. The 32 hunters of Tung Jia village, each holding a long spear, carrying a longbow, and wearing an animal skin coat, left Tung Jia village. Qingshan, after we go up the mountain, you must not fall behind. Many people get lost on the first time they go up the mountain. Moreover, there are some dangers that they don't understand. This is your first time here, so you must observe and listen more. Tung Yonglei guided Tung Qingshan along the way. Tung Qingshan listened attentively. Actually, in his previous life, the ability to survive in the wild was something that an assassin must learn. However, Tung Qingshan wasn't sure if the forest in this world was the same as the forest in his previous life. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. In the early morning, the Great Yin Mountain was quiet. A hunting squad advanced towards the depths of the mountain. There aren't many ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the mountain. Most of them are wild hares and pheasants. The real ferocious beasts are in the depths of the mountain. Tung Yonglei spoke along the way. Just as he spoke, a small hare in the thistles and thorns at the side seemed to be frightened by the group of people and wanted to run away with a whoosh. Tung Qingshan's eyes brightened. The long spear in his hand was like a poisonous snake as it rapidly pierced towards the hare. Bang! The spearhead pierced the side of the hare's body. The spearhead then shook and bounced onto the hare's body, causing the hare to roll on the ground. Tung Qingshan rushed forward and reached out his hand to catch the hare. Good spear technique. Many of the surrounding clansmen sighed in admiration when they saw this. Catching a hare without injuring it was definitely difficult. Why are you catching alive? Tung Yonglei laughed. Uncle, my family's Qingyu asked me to bring a hare for her to play with. As Tung Qingshan spoke, he tied up the hare and put it into the bag on his back. The surrounding clansmen couldn't help but laugh. They hadn't reached the depths of the mountain yet, so the clansmen were obviously very relaxed. Along the way, they had also shot and killed 2 pheasants. After nearly 2 hours, the hunting squad finally entered the dangerous area, which was also the area with the most prey. "Everyone, stay alert," Tung Yonglei said in a low voice. Noon. In the depths of the Great Yin Mountain, a group of Tung Jia village hunters were near a water source and roasting a maned wolf. Today's luck is really average. Up until now, we've only gotten 2 pheasants, a maned wolf, and a warthog, Tung Qinghu muttered. Tung Qingshan glanced at the maned wolf that had already been skinned and roasted. As expected, it might be because of the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth. The ferocious beasts in this mountain, even if they are of the same species, are bigger than the wild beasts in my previous world. In his previous world, a maned wolf was around 50 to 60 gene, but this maned wolf was over 100 gene. The 32 clansmen ate more than half of the maned wolf's roasted meat. Rest for a while, then continue. Tung Yonglei touched his nose. We should at least kill 2 or 3 wild boars and bring them back. Tung Jia village had more than 2,000 people, so the amount of prey they had now was not enough to share. A wild boar weighed a few hundred gene, so 2 or 3 would be enough. Wild boars were large in size and had good meat quality, but it was also difficult to kill them. After all, the wild boars in the mountain were no weaker than fierce tigers in attack power. Tung Qingshan's ears twitched. He couldn't help but turn his head to look not far away, only to see a white shadow flash by. "It's a snow ferret." The clansman cried out in alarm. "Quickly chase after it." Tung Yonglei leaped up. The 32 clansmen, along with the warthog they had hunted earlier, scattered and chased after the white shadow. That was a snow ferret. An ordinary ferret's fur was worth 1,000 taels of silver in the city, and an intact snow ferret's fur was worth at least 3,000 taels of silver. If they could kill this snow ferret, it would be equivalent to killing 100 big wild boars. Encountering a snow ferret in the mountains was something that could only be encountered by chance. The 32 clansmen all fought to be the first to chase after it. Xiao! 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 While running, the clansmen shot arrows, but the snow ferret was extremely nimble and easily dodged the arrows. The snow ferret was getting further and further away. "Catch it!" Tung Yonglei anxiously yelled. "We can't catch up." Tung Qinghu's face was also filled with anxiety. The snow ferret was too nimble. At this moment, the only one who could barely keep up with the snow ferret was Tung Qingshan. At this moment, Tung Qingshan was as nimble as a monkey, jumping and shuttling with extreme speed. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the thistles and thorns in front of him. The snow ferret was constantly running away from the grass. No matter where the snow ferret ran to, Tung Qingshan could follow it closely. This is the time. Tung Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he swung his right hand. Xiao! A cold light instantly streaked across the sky. The intelligent snow ferret squeaked, and its speed unexpectedly increased again. However, it was too late. A flying knife directly pierced its hind leg. Good job. Not far away, Tung Yonglei and the others, who were chasing at high speed, excitedly cheered. It should be known that the entire Tung Jia village paid an annual tribute to the White Horse Gang, only 1,000 taels of silver a year. However, this ferret was worth at least 3,000 taels of silver, which was equivalent to 30,000 strands of coins, or 3 million copper coins. Each copper coin could buy a meat bun. This was a huge windfall. Still want to escape? Tung Qingshan leaped and grabbed with his right hand. The snow ferret suddenly turned around and bit. Its teeth were as sharp as a saw and could completely bite through swords. Tung Qingshan flipped his palm and easily dodged the bite. His palm directly slapped the snow ferret's head. Blood seeped out of the snow ferret's mouth, and it powerlessly fell down. Pulling out the flying knife from the snow ferret's leg, Tung Qingshan grabbed the snow ferret and straightened his body. He couldn't help but laugh. Qingshan, good job. The other clansmen had already arrived. Each and every one of them stared at the beautiful snow ferret with excited smiles on their faces. Chapter 32. Xiao. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards Tung Qingshan's right hand from afar. Tung Qingshan had a clear perception of his surroundings and immediately withdrew his hand. He then turned his head to look in the direction of the arrow. Tung Yonglei and the others were furious. Tung Yonglei shouted, "Where did this eggless birdman come from? How dare you sneak attack us?" F*CKU. With an angry shout, dozens of people rushed out from the forest. They were also wearing animal skins, and the leader was a strong man with disheveled hair. "Oh, it's Wang Tu from the Wangjia village in the north. What's wrong? Do you want to attack us after seeing us catch the ferret?" Tung Qinghu sneered. The men from the Tangjia village all laughed. Tung Qinghu laughed even louder. "Uncle, this group of lowly people only dare to sneak attack us. Who do they think they are to fight with us?" "Shut up," the burly man with disheveled hair shouted. Beside him, a skinny man dressed in beast skin said angrily, "We were the first to discover this ferret. We spent over 2 hours to force it out of its nest. The ferret panicked and ran away. You guys were lucky to catch it." Tung Qingshan silently watched all of this. The people from the Wangjia village might have really found the ferret first and wanted to catch it at all costs. However, the ferret was extremely agile and fast. It was very difficult to catch it. The people from the Wangjia village couldn't catch it, so the people from the Tangjia village caught the ferret. "That's because you don't have the ability." Tung Yonglei stepped forward, his eyes fierce. "The ferret is fast and can run. Without us, the ferret would have run away long ago. After all, we forced it out of its nest." The strong man with disheveled hair stared at Tung Yonglei. "Lazy, you can't take it for yourself. Wang Tu, Wang Chongpeng, listen to me." Tung Yonglei's tone was unyielding. "Previously, you forced the ferret out of its nest. I don't care if it's true or not. I only know one thing. We saw this ferret in this mountain, and our people caught it. This ferret is ours. Don't even think about getting a single strand of hair. Whether it's soft or hard, just come at me. All the men of Tangjia village will accept it." The group of men from the Tang clan stared at each other, ready to attack at any moment. At this point, he could not lower his head. This was the rule of this world. What's mine is mine. If you dare to stretch out your hand to snatch it, I will cut off your hand. If you dare to risk your life against me, I will reap your life. The man with disheveled hair, Wang Zhongpeng, swept his gaze over the men of Tung Qingshan and then glanced at the ferret in Tung Qingshan's hand. This ferret only had a wound on its calf, but its fur could be said to be complete. Such a complete ferret fur was extremely rare. It would cost at least 3,000 taels of silver. If he could find a good buyer, the price might be even higher. 3,000 taels of silver. It was worth risking his life for. "Prepare the bows and arrows." Tung Yonglei's voice rang out. Immediately, the men of Tangjia village raised their bows and knocked their arrows, ready to shoot at any moment. Many hunters from the Wangjia village immediately drew their bows and prepared to shoot. Motherf * Kerr. Wang Zhongping stared at Tung Yonglei and licked his lips. His beast-like eyes swept over Tung Yonglei's group and sneered. "Tung Yonglei, you're ruthless. The mountains don't move, but the water does. I will remember today. Let's go." Although he was unwilling, if they really fought, Wang Zhongping had no confidence at all. He could only choose to leave with his men. Tung Yonglei and the others all laughed. Watching Wang Zhongping and the others disappear into the forest in front of them, the men of Tangjia village all laughed. Tung Yonglei happily patted Tung Qingshan's shoulder and said, "Tung Qingshan, you have made a great contribution this time. That throwing knife technique was not bad. Haha, a ferret with no injuries on its body, only a small wound on its leg. Such a perfect ferret fur should be sold for 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver." As he spoke, Tung Yonglei took the ferret from Tung Qingshan's hands and carefully placed it in the bag on his back. "With this ferret, our Tangjia village will have a much better life." Someone else said. Tung Qinghu hugged Tung Qingshan and laughed. You're really good. I've been a hunter for 2 years, but the prey I've hunted can't even catch up to this ferret of yours. It's just luck. Tung Qingshan also laughed. Just when the group of Tung Jia village people were laughing, the sound of dense footsteps suddenly came from in front of them. There were even waves of wolf howls. Ayo, ayo. The crazy wolf howls caused the faces of the people of Tung Jia village to change greatly. In the mountains, they were not afraid of encountering fierce tigers or bears. With a group of people working together, they dared to fight with any wild beasts in the mountains. They were afraid of encountering a pack of wolves. A crazy pack of wolves. The more wolves there were, the more terrifying they were. Archers inside, the others outside. Get ready. Tung Yonglei's face became serious. Tung Yonglei. A loud roar came from afar. The group of people from Wangjia village was running towards them at top speed. Each of them ran extremely fast, and many of them were covered in blood. Moreover, the number of people from Wangjia village was obviously much smaller. Behind this group of people was the running pack of wolves. Bastards! Tung Yonglei shouted angrily. F***CK, this group of dogs. Many people from Tung Jia village cursed. It was obvious that the group of people from Wangjia village had encountered a pack of wolves and couldn't resist them. They actually ran towards them and dragged them down with them. Actually, from the perspective of the people of Wangjia village, there was nothing wrong with this. At a critical moment, if they could delay the people of Tung Jia village, they would have a chance of survival. Tung Yonglei, don't be angry. We encountered a pack of wolves not long after we left. Even without us, you would have encountered this pack of wolves. The big man with disheveled hair, Wang Zhongpeng, hastily said, Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get ready. Tung Yonglei shouted. Wang Zhongpeng immediately turned his head and roared, Everyone get ready. We're going to fight with this pack of wolves again. Tung Qingshan looked around and saw that there were more and more wolves gathering around them. It was obvious that the wolves felt threatened and didn't attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded them tightly. Each of these wolves is 5 meters tall. Such strong wolves are much harder to deal with than the wolves I encountered in my previous life. Tung Qingshan was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. Uncle, Tung Qinghu said in a low voice, there are too many wolves. At first glance, there are more than 100 of them. I can't see them clearly from afar. Tung Yonglei also lowered his voice. Remember, you must find the leader of the wolves and kill the leader. If you intimidate the other wolves with your imposing manner, they will also retreat. These men who lived under the mountain all understood that the wolf pack was not the kind of group that would recklessly throw away their lives despite knowing that the enemy was strong. The wolf pack was very cunning and intelligent. If they killed the leader at the beginning, there would be no leader. If they suppressed the crazy wolf pack with their imposing manner, the wolf pack would also retreat. One by one, the wolves wandered around. Many of them still had blood in their mouths. It was obvious that they had just bitten someone. The number of wolves in the surroundings was increasing. Why are there so many wolves? Tung Yonglei swallowed and beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. He then glared at Wang Zhongpeng, who was not far away. Previously, we only encountered 100 wolves. There weren't so many. Wang Zhongpeng also felt that something was wrong. On the Great Yin Mountain, even if we encounter a pack of wolves, there would only be a few dozen. Now, I see more than 200. Tung Yonglei was slightly nervous. He looked at Tung Qingshan and said, Qingshan, the situation is really dangerous this time. I'm afraid that I don't have the confidence to protect you. With so many wolves appearing, there can only be one situation. The Wolf King is patrolling. Tung Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The Wolf King is patrolling? Yes. When I was 20 years old, I also encountered a Wolf King patrolling. At that time, only 3 members of the hunting squad managed to escape. Tung Yonglei said in a low voice. Oh! Suddenly, a high-pitched wolf howl resounded. Attack! Tung Yonglei immediately roared. The archers, who were ready at any moment, immediately shot out sharp arrows. The arrows streaked across a distance of dozens of meters, piercing into the bodies of the wild wolves or hitting empty air. All the wolves growled in a low voice and recklessly rushed over from all directions. A pair of ferocious eyes flashed with a green light as they stared at the group of humans. Kill! Tung Yonglei and Wang Zhongping shouted angrily almost at the same time. The clansmen of both sides raised their long spears and stabbed towards the wild wolves that dared to pounce on them. Chi! The long spear pierced into the wild wolf's body. When it was pulled out, blood splattered everywhere. The men of Tungjia village were divided into two rows. The front was the assassin, while the back was the support. In order to prevent other wild wolves from taking the opportunity to attack, the shadows of the spear danced in the air. One by one, the wild wolves were stabbed until they howled in pain or died. Every hunter was as crazy as a wild beast. The spear techniques that they had practiced for many years displayed their powerful attack power. Puchi! The spear pierced into the wild wolf's body. Illo! The wild wolf howled and bit the arm of a strong man of Tungjia village. With a kacha sound, the arm was broken and blood splattered everywhere. However, the men of Tungjia village didn't have the time to sympathize or cry because at this moment, everyone was in danger. The situation of Tungjia village was still all right, but the people of Wangjia village were in a worse state. Many of them had died before, and now there were still many injured. The speed of their deaths was even faster. In the blink of an eye, only 7 people were still alive. Among the people of Tungjia village and Wangjia village, the most eye-catching one was the skinniest youth, Tung Qingshan. Chi, chi, chi. The shadows of the spear danced in the air like poisonous snakes. The red tassels fluttered and blood splattered. It was a tragic scene. The long spear in Tung Qingshan's hands seemed to have a life of its own. Pong, pong, pong. One by one, the wild wolves died after their heads were pierced and they fell to the ground. Tung Qingshan's expression changed. He shook his long spear, which was as nimble as a swimming dragon. It fiercely pierced the head of a wild wolf that was pouncing towards Tung Qinghu, and then immediately withdrew the spear. Thanks. Tung Qinghu glanced at him gratefully. Another scream rang out. A large piece of flesh was bitten off a clansman's thigh. His entire body was pounced on by the wild wolf, and his throat was bitten. The battle with the wild wolves had only been going on for a short while, but the Tungjia village had already lost 3 clansmen, and even more were injured. Uncle Yan, looking at the clansmen who had just died, Tung Qingshan's heart ached. These were all the elders of the clan, the elders who had watched him grow up. However, Tung Qingshan knew that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't protect everyone. Oh! Another wolf howl rang out. Immediately, the wild wolves became even more frenzied and recklessly attacked the people of Tungjia village. Tung Qingshan's ears twitched. The Wolf King is over there. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at a place in the distance. Tung Qingshan couldn't care about anything else. His entire body suddenly rushed towards the source of the Wolf King's howl. Uncle, you guys stay here. I'll go kill the Wolf King. Qingshan. Tung Yonglei's expression changed. Chapter 33. Oh, the Wolf King's howl sounded again, and a large number of wild wolves immediately surrounded Tung Qingshan, obviously not allowing Tung Qingshan to approach and threaten the Wolf King. All of you die for me. The killing intent in Tung Qingshan's heart surged, and his long spear danced like a myriad of arrows shooting out. Chi, Pooh! The bodies of the wild wolves were pierced, and Tung Qingshan's gaze was cold and fierce, as if he had returned to the time when he killed his way back to the Red Organization alone. In his mind, however, he recalled the scene of the death of his 3 clansmen. It's all my fault for hiding my strength. Unless I have no other choice, I don't want to reveal it. In just a short while, Uncle Lian and the others died. The influence of his previous life on Tung Qingshan was too great. Walking in the darkness, Tung Qingshan habitually hid his strength, but at this moment, he regretted it. All of you died. The long spear danced like a swimming dragon, protecting his entire body. Holding the long spear, Tung Qingshan seemed to have turned into a giant hedgehog. The wild wolves that dared to pounce on him were all killed and sent flying. In Tung Qingshan's hands, the long spear seemed to have a life of its own. Spear art, transmutation unity law. The first step of Tung Qingshan's spear training was to spend all his time and energy to transform the horizontal fist into the defensive transmutation unity law spear art. The second step was to develop the offensive pursuing shadow spear art. Chi, chi, chi. Tung Qingshan kept moving forward, and the wild wolves that were madly pouncing on him couldn't stop him at all. Along the way, he left behind a ground full of wolf corpses. Qingshan's spear art. Tung Yonglei's eyes immediately lit up. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Tung Qinghu shouted loudly, but the wild wolves would not show any mercy. At the same time that Tung Qinghu stabbed a wild wolf to death, the other two wild wolves pounced on Tung Qinghu from both sides. Obviously, they felt that Tung Qinghu was a bigger threat. Tung Qinghu's expression changed. He barely managed to use his spear to send the wolf on his right flying, but he could not block the wolf on his left in time. Qinghu. Tung Yonglei's complexion changed. He moved closer to Tung Qinghu and raised his spear, immediately sending the wild wolf flying. However, no matter how high Tung Qingshan's spear arts were, he was still much weaker than Tung Qingshan. In this kind of situation where a pack of wolves was attacking, if he helped others, it would mean that he was in danger. Roar! 3 wild wolves pounced towards Tung Yonglei. Get lost! Tung Yonglei kicked a wolf and pulled back his spear to defend, but he was still a bit too late. The spear shook the wild wolf on the right, but the wild wolf on the left directly bit his left arm. With a kacha sound, Tung Qinghu's left arm was broken. Blood splattered and splashed onto Tung Qinghu's face. Tung Qinghu was startled and shouted mournfully, "Uncle!" Everyone, shrink the circle and hold on. Tung Yonglei, who had lost an arm, relied on his right arm to hold his spear and stabbed the wild wolf that bit his left arm to death. At the same time, he gave orders. His forehead was full of sweat from the pain, but he still held on to his position. Every clansman of Tungjia village was killing the enemy with grief and indignation. Qingshan's spear art is extremely high. He will definitely be able to kill the Wolf King. Everyone, hold on, Tung Yonglei shouted. The clansmen clenched their teeth and held on. However, whether it was them or Tung Yonglei, they were all somewhat worried. Could Qingshan really kill the Wolf King? Oh! An angry wolf howl came from afar. Immediately, the wild wolves that were crazily attacking the clansmen immediately slowed down. All the wild wolves actually turned around and ran towards the Wolf King. It's Qingshan. Tung Yonglei was somewhat anxious. Uncle, take care of the wound. Tung Qinghu was so anxious that he was about to cry. Tung Yonglei hastily tore off a strip of cloth and tied up his severed arm to prevent it from bleeding too much. On top of a huge rock, a huge wolf with a snow-white body and a height of 2 meters was staring at Tung Qingshan. In terms of body size, this snow-white huge wolf had already surpassed a ferocious tiger. Beside it, there were 4 alpha wolves that were a size larger than the other wild wolves. These 4 alpha wolves were protecting the Wolf King. Not far away, Tung Qingshan was continuously advancing, and a large number of corpses of the surrounding wild wolves were sent flying. Oh! The Wolf King howled again. The 4 alpha wolves also leaped up and approached Tung Qingshan at an extremely fast speed. Bastard! Tung Qingshan's eyes were filled with a piercingly cold, murderous intent. The long spear in his hand was merciless. The 4 alpha wolves slyly pounced on Tung Qingshan from time to time. Their sharp claws would also grab Tung Qingshan's weapon and restrain Tung Qingshan. All of you go to hell. The inner strength in Tung Qingshan's body poured into the long spear through the meridians in his hands. The long spear in his hands suddenly increased in speed. Poochie, poochie, with 2 continuous sounds, the heads of the 2 alpha wolves were pierced, and they died on the spot. In terms of inner strength, the 4-year-old Tung Qingshan had more inner strength than the peak state of his previous life. The current Tung Qingshan's inner strength was even more turbulent. Moreover, after more than 6 years of internal martial art cultivation, the meridians in his hands, legs, and back were completely opened. The other 2 alpha wolves seemed to be frightened. Tung Qingshan couldn't help but sneer. He strode forward with a long spear in his hand like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. Poochie! Poochie! Tung Qingshan once again harvested the lives of the 2 alpha wolves. To Tung Qingshan, who had already reached the realm of one with the spear, these kinds of bastards were nothing. "Ayo!" The Wolf King roared angrily. It directly leaped from the huge rock and pounced towards Tung Qingshan. With one leap, it covered a distance of more than 10 meters. So fast, Tung Qingshan's heart trembled. The long spear in his hand spun and stabbed towards the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King's body quickly crouched down and easily dodged the spear. It then quickly approached Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan pulled back his right hand, and the long spear quickly retracted and once again stabbed towards the Wolf King. Pa! The Wolf King's sharp claws fiercely grabbed the spear shaft as if it wanted to break it. The spear shaft, which had been infused with inner strength, suddenly erupted with inner strength. The Wolf King hastily retreated. Ka! Tung Qingshan's spear shaft unexpectedly emitted a strange sound. Tung Qingshan, who had already reached the realm of one with the spear, immediately discovered the problem. Not good. The strength of this Wolf King's claw definitely has the strength of several thousand jin. Even if I infused inner strength into the spear shaft, this green Namu spear shaft still can't withstand it. There are already cracks on the inside. The Wolf King roared again and rushed towards Tung Qingshan. Its dark green eyes stared at Tung Qingshan. The spear shaft turned, and the spearhead pierced straight towards the Wolf King's eyes like lightning. Pa! A lightning-fast claw slapped the spear shaft. The spear shaft, which already had cracks on the inside, broke into 2 with a pong sound. The Wolf King unexpectedly retreated at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it howled and ordered a large number of wild wolves to surround and attack Tung Qingshan. Now that Tung Qingshan had lost his weapon, how could he defend against the encirclement of a group of wild wolves? Pa! Tung Qingshan's palm continuously slapped the heads of the 5 wild wolves that encircled him. All the wild wolves that were slapped fell powerlessly and died on the spot. At this time, Tung Qingshan was no longer stingy with his inner strength. Xiao! A cold light flashed past. The Wolf King immediately dodged. A flying knife pierced the Wolf King's back. The Wolf King actually turned around and fled. This Wolf King's speed is really fast. Fortunately, the meridians in my legs have long been opened. With a thought, Tung Qingshan circulated the crossing worlds for the first time in this world. In an instant, Tung Qingshan's entire body turned into a wisp of green smoke. He instantly rushed out of the encirclement of the pack of wolves and caught up with the fleeing Wolf King. The Wolf King turned its head in horror. It roared and was about to bite. Die! Tung Qingshan growled. His right fist carried endless power and surging inner strength as he punched. Cannon fist. Pong! The powerful inner strength broke the Wolf King's claws. The fist bombarded the Wolf King's chest and abdomen. The Wolf King was smashed into the air and fell heavily on the ground. The Wolf King's entire body twitched and spat out blood from the corner of its mouth. It seemed like it still wanted to struggle, but after a moment, the Wolf King's vitality was severed and it no longer moved. Ayo! There were only a few dozen surviving wild wolves. Seeing that the Wolf King was easily killed, they growled and actually fled in all directions, disappearing into the forest. At this time, messy footsteps could be heard from afar. Tung Yonglei and the others ran over. However, when they saw the wolf corpses all over the ground and the broken green Jinan spear, they were all completely shocked. Especially when they saw the huge corpses of the 4 alpha wolves, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. Each of these alpha wolves was extremely terrifying, but all four of them were killed. All of this revealed how intense the battle earlier had been. Qingshan. A group of clansmen saw Tang Qingshan in the distance. They also saw the Wolf King's corpse that was bigger than a tiger lying on the ground. There was even a flying knife stuck in the Wolf King's back. Uncle! Tang Qingshan turned his head, but in the next moment, Tang Qingshan's facial expression changed greatly. He stared fixedly at Tang Yonglei's broken left arm, and his mind buzzed. Among the elders of the clan, grandfather Tang Qingshan and Tang Yongxiang were the closest to Tang Qingshan. Tang Qingshan's personality was very special. Because he walked in the darkness in his previous life, he rarely accepted anyone. However, once he accepted someone, he would treat them as his closest kin. For example, his wife's death could cause him to kill his way to the headquarters of the Red Organization. For his younger brother, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life. But now, his uncle's left arm was broken. Qingshan, don't be sad. Tang Yonglei's pale face revealed a trace of a smile. It's all because of me. Tang Qinghu's eyes were filled with tears. If it wasn't for saving me, Uncle's left arm wouldn't have been bitten off. Qinghu, even if I die, you have to live. Tang Yonglei said. Tang Qinghu was startled. In this chaotic world, bandits run amok. In order for the entire clan to live a good life, we must let the stronger ones live. Qinghu, you're only 15 years old this year, but you already have the strength of 1,000 Jin. Right now, the only thing you lack is your spear skills and experience. Tang Yonglei said. Tang Qinghu trembled as he nodded. His strength was strong, but his spear skills were far from Tang Yonglei's. I'm fine. I only lost an arm. Changzi, Old Lien, they're all dead. Tang Yonglei's eyes were also somewhat red. He then looked towards Tang Qingshan. However, I am very happy today. I am really very happy. Qingshan, you alone killed 4 alpha wolves, a wolf king, and over 100 wild wolves. Now, you could be said to be our Tangjia village's #1 hero. Only now did Tang Yonglei truly realize Tang Qingshan's strength. One person killed over 100 wild wolves, 4 alpha wolves, and a wolf king. What kind of terrifying person was this? The surviving clansmen's eyes lit up as they looked at Tang Qingshan. With such a hero in Tangjia village, who would dare to bully them in the future? Carry the 4 alpha wolves and the wolf king's corpse away. We're going home, Tang Yonglei said. Right, go home. Many clansmen's eyes were red. Chapter 34. Tangjia village was surrounded by tall wooden fences, and there were also clansmen guarding the gate. The hunters are back, the guard at the gate shouted. Inside the clan's training field, many clansmen were chatting and laughing as they ran over. But when they saw what was happening, many people's expressions changed drastically. From afar, they could see the bloodstains on the members of the hunting squad, as well as the traces of bandages. There were also some corpses of their clansmen being carried over. A clansman had died. Changzi, a sorrowful cry rang out. Hurry and inform the patriarch. Someone immediately shouted, his voice extremely mournful. A moment later, nearly 2,000 people had gathered on the training field. Apart from those who were farming in the fields, everyone else had gathered here. Everyone's expression was very heavy, especially the family members of the deceased, who were all crying and kneeling on the ground. Clan leader Teng Yunlong's face was also filled with sorrow. This time, the hunters went up the mountain and encountered the Wolf King on patrol. 5 members of the hunter squad are dead, and 4 of them are crippled. Teng Yunlong's voice was deep and low. Faint sounds of sobbing could be heard from the crowd. Teng Yonglian, Teng Yongqiang, Teng Yunlong said 5 names in one go. They died for our Tang clan. The clan will give each of their families 100 taels of silver as compensation. From today onwards, the clan will support them. Teng Yunlong's voice didn't seem to rise or fall. This was the old rule. Those who died in battle for the clan would be compensated with 100 taels of silver. Those who were crippled would be compensated with 50 taels of silver, and their family members would be supported by the entire clan. Tung Qingshan silently watched this scene. Over the years, although he had heard that other villages had been wiped out by bandits, he hadn't seen it. He had only heard about it, so he didn't feel that kind of shock. Because Tongjia village was a relatively strong and large village, ordinary bandits and robbers were unwilling to provoke them. Moreover, the White Horse Gang had also received an annual tribute. The clansmen of Tongjia village had always been very peaceful. It had been a long time since anyone had been killed. After all, encountering the Wolf King on patrol in the mountains was something that only happened once in several decades. Light the fire. Tung Yunlong's voice suddenly rang out, startling Tung Qingshan. Cremation. This was the rule of the clan. Flames soared into the sky. The corpses placed on the wood were once familiar elders of the clan. The surrounding area was filled with sobbing sounds, but more people were quietly watching all of this. This was because they had experienced even deeper and more unforgettable suffering. They had long known that bloodshed was necessary to survive on this land. That was why the clansmen had been training hard since they were young, without a single day of relaxation. In the ancestral hall of the Tung family, creak, the heavy iron gate opened, and a family member holding 5 boxes of ashes walked into the ancestral hall, weeping. Tung Qingshan and his father, Tung Yongfan, watched everything quietly. The ancestral hall was extremely spacious, almost comparable to the armory. Inside the ancestral hall, there were many urns of ashes. Just by looking at them, one could say that there were tens of thousands of them, densely packed and neatly arranged. These are the ashes of the ancestors of our Tung Qingshan who died for the clan over the past 1,000 years. Tung Qingshan also knew this. Not everyone could enter the ancestral hall. In the 1,000-year history of the Tung clan, only those who died fighting for the clan or those who contributed to the clan could enter the ancestral hall. As for those who were mediocre and inactive after their deaths, they would at most be cremated and would not be able to enter the ancestral hall. Their names would also not be able to enter the Tung clan tablet. The Tung clan tablet. Tung Qingshan gazed at the eye-catching stone tablets erected in the ancestral hall. Each stone tablet was densely packed with names, and each name represented an ancestor in the history of the Tung clan. Leave the names on the clan tablet, Tung Yunlong said in a deep voice. Immediately, a white-haired old man walked to a huge stone tablet with a carving knife and carefully carved the names of 5 people. Woo-woo! The family members of the deceased wept softly, making the atmosphere even more sorrowful. Tung Yunlong walked to the side of the family members of the deceased. The deceased were all at their strongest. Most of their children were still teenagers, and the oldest was only 20 years old. Tung Yunlong stroked the head of a child and looked at the few youths. Your fathers were all heroes of the Tung clan. They died for the clan. You must be proud of them. Yes. The youths nodded vigorously. A few years later, these youths would also be like their fathers and fight to protect the clan. The Tung clan was able to survive for 1,000 years because of this indomitable spirit that was passed down from generation to generation. 8 people gathered in the central room of Tung Yunlong's residence. Besides Tung Yunlong, there were also Tung Yonglei, Tung Yongxiang, Tung Yongfan, 3 elders of the clan, and one more person, Tung Qingshan. Yonglei, you did a good job this time. Ordinary blades and swords are unable to pierce through the Wolf King's fur, especially since the Wolf King's entire body is snow white and its fur is not damaged at all. Many rich and influential people want to buy the fur of the Wolf King, which is even bigger than a fierce tiger. The price is not lower than that of a snow mink. Tung Yunlong said. The clan's harvest this time was not small. The Wolf King's fur was even rarer and more precious than the snow mink fur, especially since the Wolf King's fur was completely white. Clan leader, Tung Yonglei said, this time it was all because of Qingshan. If it wasn't for him, at most 2 or 3 of us would have escaped, let alone killing the Wolf King. Not to mention killing the Wolf King. Those 4 alpha wolves, 1 Wolf King, and over 100 wild wolves were all killed by Qingshan. Many people present looked at Tung Qingshan, who was still a youth. Although it was sad that some of their clansmen died this time, when they knew of Tung Qingshan's amazing martial strength, they felt ecstatic. One person killed 100 wild wolves for alpha wolves and a wolf king. What kind of terrifying expert was this? Such an expert was not even 10 years old. How powerful would he be when he grew up? The most important thing was this kind of expert belonged to the Tung clan. Qingshan, good job, Tung Yunlong said. Fortunately, Qingshan didn't go to the Gui Yuan sect. Tung Yongxiang sighed. If he was in the Gui Yuan sect, he might not have such amazing spear skills. Qingshan, this child, studies alone, and he is better than anyone else. When they knew of Tung Qingshan's battle achievements, everyone recognized Tung Qingshan's strength. He was the undisputed #1 warrior in the clan. Tung Yunlong and the others were also glad that they didn't send Tung Qingshan to the Gui Yuan sect. If Tung Qingshan was in the Gui Yuan sect, he wouldn't be able to help the clan for a while. Unless Tung Qingshan held a high position in the Gui Yuan sect, he wouldn't be able to be of help to the clan. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Tung Qingshan's presence in the clan would definitely be of greater help to the clan. Qingshan's spear was broken when he fought with the Wolf King. Moreover, that spear is too short for the current Qingshan. Tung Yongxiang said, "Yes, it's time to change to a spear. Qingshan, let's go to the armory." Tung Yunlong stood up with a smile. Tung Qingshan followed everyone and walked towards the armory. When he was still a 6-year-old child, Tung Qingshan felt that the 7-feet-long green Jinan spear was too long. But now, he was already 9 years old, and in 3 months, he would be 10 years old. His current height was 5 feet 8 inches, 145 meters. If he used a 7-feet-long spear, it would be too short. With his height, the best length for a spear was around 7 feet 6 inches. The armory suddenly opened. Qingshan, choose a spear, Tung Yunlong said with a smile. There were many spears stored in the clan, and there was no need to specially refine one. He only needed to choose one. Wooden spears, even the highest quality green Jinan, were too inferior for Tung Qingshan. There are only ordinary steel spears and Damascus steel spears. The quality of steel spears is much worse than Damascus steel spears, and much lighter. Tung Qingshan walked 1 round, and his eyes stopped on a steel spear shaft. He stretched out one hand and waved it twice. This steel spear shaft workmanship is not bad, and the weight is just right. Including the spearhead, it's about 2 meters. Although it's slightly taller, it doesn't affect me. In the future, when my body grows taller, I can continue to use it for a period of time. Tung Qingshan turned to look at Tung Yunlong. Grandfather, I'll take this one. Qingshan, this is a high-quality Damascus steel spear. Including the spearhead, the spear is 8 feet long and weighs 52 jin. If you encounter a group battle, it will consume too much strength. Change to another one. Tung Yunlong said. A person's strength was limited. If he wielded a heavy weapon for a long time, he would use up all his strength. Tung Qingshan smiled. I'll take it, there's no need to change. When Tung Qingshan reached the realm of 1 with the spear, when he wielded the spear, only part of his muscles were exerting force. This part of his muscles exerted force while the other part rested. He would probably not feel tired even if he wielded the spear for a whole day. With his control over his bones and muscles as a Xing Yi Grandmaster, how could he feel tired when wielding a 52 jin spear? Moreover, he had inner strength. All right, I can't win against you in an argument. Tung Yunlong laughed as he went to the box and took out the matching spearhead. The workmanship of this Damascus steel spear was indeed very good. The spearhead and the spear shaft were not connected by a slot, but by a foot-long thread that firmly connected the spearhead to the spear shaft. The red tassel carried a bloody smell. It was obvious that this Damascus steel spear had tasted countless blood. Tung Qingshan twisted the spear shaft in surprise and spun it, splitting the entire spear shaft into 2 halves. Tung Yunlong smiled and said, this spear shaft is divided into 2 halves, and the center is also connected by a thread. When outside, if the spear is too long, you can disassemble it. After using it, you can reattach it. Tung Qingshan was very satisfied with this technique. After he reattached the Damascus steel spear, he casually waved it twice. Whoosh whoosh. The spear danced in the air with a sharp whistling sound. Not bad. Tung Qingshan was even more satisfied. This Damascus steel spear was very tough. If he infused it with inner strength, it would not be a problem even if it were to withstand a force of 10,000 jin. Patriarch. At this time, Tung Yonglei, who was at the side, spoke with a trace of bitterness on his face. Now that my left arm is broken, I am no longer suitable to be the leader of the hunter squad. From today onwards, I will stay in the clan. As for the leader of the hunter squad, you should also choose someone else. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Yonglei. Ting Yongfan patted Tung Yonglei's shoulder to comfort him. To a man who valued martial arts, losing his left arm was a very painful thing. Yonglei, from now on, you will stay in the clan. As for the leader of the hunter squad, Ting Yunlong turned his head and his gaze fell on Tung Qingshan. The other elders, Tung Yongfan, Tung Yonglei, and Tung Yongxiang all turned their heads to look at Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan was shocked. What did he mean? He still had 3 to 4 months left, and he was only 10 years old. Qingshan. Tung Yunlong stared at him and said, "A hero doesn't care about his age. In this chaotic world, age doesn't matter, only strength matters. From today onwards, you are the leader of the hunter squad. You must remember, you are now the #1 warrior of our Tung clan. As the #1 warrior of the clan, you must take responsibility." Tung Yongfan also looked at his son and said, "Qingshan, a man must take responsibility. The #1 warrior of the clan must have the responsibility of the #1 warrior. From today onwards, you must learn to take responsibility. In the future, the clan will depend on your leadership." "Yes, father." Tung Qingshan suddenly felt a sense of responsibility fall on him. In the past, when the clan faced various problems, it was his father, grandfather, and the others who took the lead to solve them. But from today onwards, he must stand up. Chapter 35. Tung Qingshan officially became the new leader of the Tung Jia village's hunting squad. According to common sense, the hunting squad would go up the mountain once every 2 days. However, because 5 people had died and 4 were crippled, the hunting squad had to go up the mountain. However, because 5 people died and 4 were crippled, the hunter squad needed to recruit members again. In the village, the chief had the highest status, followed by the spearmaster and the leader of the hunter squad. At the age of 10, he became the leader of the hunter squad. Tung Qingshan became the goal of many youngsters in Tung Jia village. Many clansmen praised Tung Qingshan. If he was so amazing at such a young age, what would happen when he became an adult? Phew, phew. The cold wind whistled, and the weather became colder. There was only 1 month left until the annual sacrifice. Huh. Sounds of exhalation rang out. On the training field of Tung Jia village, many youngsters were training. They rolled stones, held stone weights, carried wooden buckets. All of them were training while chatting with each other. Brother Qingshan and the others killed a tiger the day before yesterday. That tiger's claws were as thick as my thigh. A young man with braids swung his arms and hit the sandbag as he spoke to his companion beside him. The youngster next to him sighed. Brother Qingshan is not an ordinary person. He's already the leader of the hunter squad. If I can become the leader of the hunter squad in my life, then TSK. The youngster's face was full of hope. At this moment, the earth trembled slightly. Horse hoofs. Many people training on the training field turned their heads and looked towards the gate. They saw dozens of figures on horses rushing over at high speed. "Stop!" The Tung Jia village guard shouted. Humph! A cold snort sounded. It was strange, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Xiao! A cold light flashed across the gate. The heavy iron bolt of the Tung Jia village's gate actually broke, and the entire gate opened with a loud bang. The dozens of riders charged straight into the training field without slowing down. Many people in Tongjia village were frightened and quickly dodged to the side. Halt! The dozens of horses suddenly stopped and raised their front hooves high. Is this the Tongjia village? The leader of the group shouted. His voice was so loud that it caused the ears of the clansmen present to buzz. A man who had just trained and was drenched in sweat stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "This is Tongjia village. May I ask, what business do you have with us?" Some of the clansmen of Tongjia village had already quietly gone to report to the chief, so the others didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. It should be known that the iron latch on the gate was a foot thick and 2 feet wide. Such an iron latch was cut off in an instant. With such strength, who would dare to block him? Tell your patriarch to come here quickly. The leader of the group shouted coldly. Tung Yunlong quickly arrived. Looking from afar, Tung Yunlong was shocked. He saw that the person in the lead had a faint golden complexion and was wearing a black fox fur coat. His mount was completely red and was around 8 feet tall. This high-quality fox fur coat is worth at least several hundred silver taels, and that horse is completely red. It's clearly the Warhound Scarlet Flame horse. It's worth 1,000 silver taels. Tung Yunlong then looked at the people following him. The attendants were all wearing azure cloaks and dark azure armor. Although the horses they were sitting on were slightly inferior, they were still divine steeds. This is also a Yuzhou horse that is worth 100 silver taels, and there's also that standard armor. I'm afraid that even the leader of the White Horse Gang wouldn't be willing to buy such armor and horses. Where are these people from? Hearing the clansmen say that the other party could cut the latch with one sword, and seeing the other party's attire, Tung Yunlong already had a guess in his heart. Lords, I am Tongjia village's chief, Tung Yunlong. What business do you have? Tung Yunlong bowed. I heard that you can forge frost jade sabers here. The leader looked down and coldly said, Yes. Tung Yunlong didn't deny it. That's good. I have a big business to give to you. The leader said in a clear voice, Lords, you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest at my place and then slowly discuss this business? Tung Yunlong said with a smile. A trace of smile appeared on the leader's face. He indifferently nodded and said, That's fine. You lead the way. Immediately, the group of 10 riders advanced towards the chief's residence. The group of hunters chatted and laughed. Among them, for people were carrying the corpse of a big black bear. Qing Shan, that spear of yours today was as fast as lightning. It easily blocked the bear's attack and pierced its skull. The clansmen were very happy. During these days of hunting, they already held Tung Qing Shan in high esteem. First of all, Tung Qing Shan's ears were very sensitive. If there was any movement, he would be able to detect it in advance. Second, Tung Qing Shan's spear skills were extremely high. No matter what prey it was, it would be difficult for them to block his spear. With such a leader, how could they not be happy? This bear isn't too big, Tung Qing Shan said with a smile. Didn't you say that the ancestors of the clan saw a huge bear over 1 zhang tall that could break a tree with a single slap? Although this bear's slap also had the strength of 1,000 jin, its speed was far inferior to that of the Wolf King. To kill it, Tung Qing Shan only needed 1 spear strike. We're home, Tung Qing Shan said with a smile. Looking into the distance, Tung Qing Shan's expression changed. This was because the village gate was wide open. The gate of Tongjia village was usually not open. Even when the clansmen returned from farming, they would enter through a small door at the side. Normally, the gate would only be opened when the hunters returned or when a large group of people arrived. Not good. Hurry up, Tung Qing Shan shouted. The group of hunters were shocked and hastily rushed into the village. Tung Qing Shan glanced at the gate and discovered that the thick, long, and thick iron latch was actually split into 2 halves. The cut was sharp and smooth. Tung Qing Shan's pupil shrank. What a sharp weapon. What a strong force. To be able to cut this iron latch with lightning speed, I can only achieve this result if I use all my inner strength and a good weapon. Brother Qing Shan, many people came to greet him on the training field. All the youths called Tung Shan Brother Shan. Even if Tung Shan was younger than them by 1 or 2 years, they still did the same. Because of Tung Shan's special status, many of the youths treated Tung Shan as their big brother and worshipped him very much. The adults also treated Tung Shan as one of the people who could make decisions in the clan. "What's wrong?" Tung Shan hastily asked. Shan, a sturdy man, hastily said, "It's a group of cavalrymen. All of them were riding on big horses." The leader of the cavalrymen cut the iron latch with one sword strike. However, they said that they wanted to do business with our Tung Jia village. Now, those people have already been brought to his place by the chief. Tung Shan let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, you guys stay here. I'll go take a look." Tung Shan held the Damascus steel spear in his hand and rushed towards his grandfather's residence. From afar, Tung Shan saw a group of steeds and a group of sturdy men wearing armor and azure cloaks standing outside his grandfather's residence. Those cavalrymen had sharp gazes and were obviously not weak. Looking at their figures and eyes, they are definitely warriors. I don't know where this group came from. Being able to lift a 500 gene boulder meant that one was a third-rate warrior. Being able to lift a 2,000 gene boulder meant that one was a second-rate warrior. "Kid, move to the side," one of the cavalrymen scolded. The few people who were discussing in the courtyard seemed to have heard the commotion. They looked outside and hastily said, "That's my grandson. Let him in." The cavalryman coldly glanced at Tung Shan. However, Tung Shan smiled and walked into the courtyard without the slightest bit of annoyance. "Father, grandfather." Tung Shan discovered that there were only 2 people in the courtyard: his grandfather, Tung Yunlong, and his father, Tung Yongfan. Tung Shan glanced at the sturdy man who was sitting down. The man wearing a black fox fur coat also looked at him. Tung Shan felt that the man's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Tung Shan was secretly shocked. An expert, Tung Yongfan. The leader stared at Tung Yongfan. "You are the #1 weaponsmith in your clan. Then tell me, will you do my business or not?" "Time is a bit tight." Tung Yongfan frowned and said, "The craftsmanship of the Frost Jade Saber is our Tung Jia village's unique skill. We need to carefully craft every Frost Jade Saber without the slightest bit of carelessness. My lord, you want a total of 182 Frost Jade Sabers. Moreover, I want to deliver the goods to you before the end of the year." That means I can't do it?" The leader's complexion changed. "Who?" An invisible force erupted from the leader's body. The wooden stool next to him instantly cracked, and numerous small holes appeared on the ground. Tung Yongfan and Tung Yunlong's complexion changed. What a strong inner strength. Tung Shan thought to himself, to be able to erupt from the surface of the body and shoot it to the ground from a distance, and still have such a strong power. The leader's inner strength should be much stronger than mine. Tung Shan understood that although the internal martial arts could also refine the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into inner strength. However, the main purpose of the internal martial arts was to transform the body. The various secret manuals in this world specialized in refining inner strength. The speed of refining inner strength was much faster than the internal martial arts. "My lord, don't be angry." Tung Yunlong laughed and said, "It is indeed difficult to successfully craft 182 Frost Jade Sabers in a month. However, we will continue to craft them day and night. We will definitely succeed before the end of the year." The leader's face revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. "Very good. I don't know if the materials will be provided by my lord or—" Tung Yunlong said, "You will be responsible for the materials." The leader said indifferently, "As for the price, of course we will not treat you unfairly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.